Guys. I have some bad news. I went back to my ex gacha game. Yes, that's right. I played Genshin Impact again. Oh man, it was so bad. Why did I do that? Because like, as much as I now have like a lot of gripes with Genshin Impact, it's just rough because now I'm like, it's not that bad of a game again. Because I'm grinding resources right now for some characters. And I'm like, yeah, I had a plan in mind that I was going down. Kind of want to see it through as a completionist. And yeah. So I guess I got sucked back into Genshin Impact. Don't worry, I'll still be playing Wuwa on stream, Wuthering Waves. But as for Genshin Impact off stream, yeah, I'm gonna be playing it. Oh, no. I thought I'd go over it. It's just gacha games. It's an addiction. It's a disease. That's what it is. It's gambling, but for anime fans. And if you know anime fans, we like to shell out for merch. Anything anime related with merch and stuff. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad for us. Like whether it's the box set for manga, whether it's figurines, which I'm actually going to put up some figurines for next stream. So that'll be fun right back there. So you get to see my obsession unfold in real time. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah. So I mean, I'm also glad right now though, at least because I've been behind on my anime and I've only been catching up to 2 shows this season, only 2, because I think the 2 I'm watching are pretty good. The others I want to get to, I'm just not in the mood for. I'm gonna be completely honest. One of them, I'll tell you what it is Superhero X, which I have time and time again said how amazing that show is, combining 3D and 2D animation to almost fluid-like moments of both tone, music, writing. Everything's coming together. It's like inventive, innovative, like Spider-Verse or the Puss in Boots Last Wish movie. It's something that I think we need to see more of a trend of, because as much as people like to joke that AI is going to kick, is going to basically steal jobs from animators and artists and stuff, I want to see AI do that, is change styles like that so fluidly without any issues of warping, extra limbs, extra fingers going on. Because or like Arcane, right? Where it's like, you're not going to replicate that. I think the people who are even putting in the prompts aren't smart enough to put in the prompts to make it somewhat look similar. You know what I mean? You have to have an artistic eye. Because if you just put in generic stuff, it's just going to come out with generic outputs. You know what I mean? So, yeah. That's kind of like... So, Superhero X is a show I think everyone should definitely watch too. Because it's just interesting. I think it's one of the most interesting shows I've seen too. And then the other one that I've been keeping up with is Vigilantes. And I mentioned this before. I've been loving Vigilantes. And if we're talking about going back to exes, that's like me going back to my ex for anime, because that's My Hero Academia. It's part of that world. And I've dropped My Hero. I basically was like halfway through the war arc, which is like the final arc in the manga, which is now the anime caught up and is well past that point, which I stopped. But I was like, this is so slow. So much is going on. I'm not interested. Like, this is not the My Hero Academia I loved, which was season 1 and 2, which were peak. So I ended up dropping the manga, dropping the anime, and I just heard and read the last chapter of the manga. And it was like, it was so underwhelming, and I'm glad I didn't waste my time on it. I'm gonna be completely honest. But Vigilantes though, oh, they're cooking. Oh, this is what I love about My Hero Academia. The awesome, interesting characters. You may not have like all the superpowers in the world. You may not have the greatest superpower in the world. You may have like a lame one. But it's how you use it, how you interact with the world, and how to like overcome challenges when, you know, you have to use basically your wits, your head, which is what Deku did in the early seasons of My Hero Academia, right? That's why I think Tournament Arc was peak, because he had to figure out all this shit by himself without using One for All. Like, too much at least. Like, he used it absolutely against Todoroki, but for the most part, he tried not using it and trying to use it in his like brains and stuff, like a strategist, right? Because I thought the original premise of My Hero Academia when I was first watching it was going to be that, where it was Midoriya. Of course, he has his moment, right? But before he was given One for All by All Might, I thought it was going to be him. He's quirkless, and he was going to be like a Batman type character, which is one of the characters in Vigilante. That's what the coolest part is one of the characters in Vigilantes is sort of a Batman type character, or technically more, I will say more like a Wildcat character, not necessarily Batman. Yeah, it's more like a Wildcat, like boxer type. But yeah, oh man, it's Vigilantes is just like, I think if you do not like My Hero Academia, or you liked it and didn't like it, I would still check out Vigilantes, because I think just exploring more of this world, because it is interesting, you know. It's like Marvel movies, right? Like, that's why I love Thunderbolts to death, and I will always and keep praising Thunderbolts, because Thunderbolts is kind of the same thing, where it's like it's part of the universe, but it's kind of doing its own thing, and therefore people are loving it. You know what I mean? It's like doing its own thing, and you're rooting for it, because it's kind of the underdogs. That's why I feel about Vigilantes. It's like it's like its own thing, and that's why I appreciate it. It's not trying to do any of the complicated bullshit of the war arc, or, you know, All for One and all this garbage. You know, I just want simplistic superhero stories sometimes, and I got that with Vigilantes. Now, granted, there is like a villain, but I feel like it's still self-contained enough where it's like, okay, you'll have some crossover, some references here and there, but I think the references actually do a service to actually the original show, because you'll have characters pop up and then you know that there's more value behind them, because you know a little bit more about them, because they're really shown off in Vigilantes. And I've talked to my brother extensively about it on our love of the show. And also, I feel like since they aren't like rushing it like My Hero Academia, the animation style and quality is so much better than My Hero Academia, which is sad to say. But like everything from like the opening title sequence to just the fluid animation, the fight scenes, it's all great, you know? Even though it's like smaller in scale, it seems more interesting in my opinion. So that, yeah, I am a big offender of that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, since I went back to Genshin Impact and My Hero Academia, I wouldn't be surprised if I went back to One Piece eventually. I've fallen off, but I have a feeling, and this is a deep feeling inside, where once the live action of One Piece, so season 2, Netflix's season 2, comes out, and I see Chopper in live action and Nico Robin. Oh, I forgot Nico Robin. Oh man, it's gonna be peak. And the actress they chose for Nico Robin, I was like, oh my god, it's perfect. It's perfect. But I just have a feeling that once that show drops, it's gonna actually push me to actually resume One Piece again. Because I stopped, like, I want to say like halfway through Egghead, because I just got like tired and I was just not in the mood for One Piece. Even though I literally watched it all the way up to Wano. Or technically before Wano, like they were still in Whole Cake when they were still escaping Big Mom for fucking 40 episodes. That was bullshit, but you know, the filler's filler, right? So like once they finally got that whole thing resolved and I was happy, you know, I finally got through Wano, and now I'm like, how did I make it through Wano and then I stopped at Egghead? Because Egghead is already better than Wano. But I think I was just not in the mood for One Piece. I don't know. So I hope the live action does that for me, where the live action is like, okay, you gotta get back into One Piece. Maybe it's also kind of the spoilers too for One Piece. I've heard a couple things that kind of ruined it for me. You know how people don't like to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, I have the Luffy hat. It's like the Green Goblin mask for me. I just turn around and it's staring down at me like, Seyorias, come back. Nakama needs you. The Straw Hat crew needs you. And I'm just like, no, stay away. Yeah, well, I had a One Piece phase. Absolutely. I would say high school, yeah, I was huge into One Piece because I was catching up with it. Like, this is junior, senior year. And then college, it wasn't as strong, but I was a big One Piece fan. And then now I'm not. I had this conversation before. We called it the zone. I'm not in the zone for One Piece right now. And I want to be in the zone when I resume watching it. And I think the live action One Piece is going to give me that boost. I'm going to binge it all the way to the end. And I know a lot of people who are catching up to One Piece and like starting to watch One Piece. And I'm happy because it deserves it. One Piece is an amazing show. But I don't know. I've just kind of slowed down. And I also like, I don't know. It's weird. I'm not in the zone. I got to be in the zone. Speaking of also X's, so I have been a big defender of DC movies. And I've been a big defender of the DCEU. Contrary to popular belief. I've been a fan of Man of Steel. I even liked Batman vs. Superman and Justice League, the Joss Whedon version. And then when the Zack Snyder one, the director cut, came out, I was a big fan of it. Now, here's the weird part about me. There's two sides to the DC fandom right now. And it's like almost like a civil war. You have everyone who is a Snyder fan, the old guard, who likes everything DCEU related from the cinematic universe in the past. And then you have present day who want to change DC with James Gunn and be like sort of the original, like similar to the feeling of the original Justice League animated shows and movies, like animated movies, like along those lines, where it's a little bit more campy, a little bit more colorful and bright, saturation turned up a lot, you know, which is two different styles. And like, for me, I'm one of the weird outliers where people will either shit on Snyder fans or they will shit on the James Gunn new era of DC films. And I'm in between them. I'm like in the middle where I love all the old stuff. I've even watched the Super Friends and Crypto the Super Dog and all this obscure DC stuff. I'm a big DC fan. Young Justice, Teen Titans, even the Green Lantern animated show and all the Batman animated shows. So I know what DC is supposed to be because I'm a comic nerd. I'm a nerd. I have a Mega Man shirt on. I'm a nerd. I have a Nightwing comic because Nightwing is one of my favorite heroes. We love Nightwing over here. That's why I'm wearing blue too. But yeah, I've always been sort of a fan of just very stylistic and artistic directions. And the problem, and I think people who say, oh, Superman needs to be like this. And they're like, I'm a comic fan, so I know exactly how he's supposed to be. I call bullshit because if you know anything about comics, there are people who think they know comics, and there are people who have actually read comics. And if you read comics, you would know there's so many different interpretations of these superheroes. That's the reason why a lot of people did not like Superman for his New 52 iteration, because it was very controversial. It was kind of like Man of Steel, like Zack Snyder's. But then, so that's why they made Rebirth Superman a little bit more appealing to the eyes. And sort of like a reinvention of like what made Superman great. Like he's in love with Lois Lane because New 52 Superman was in love with Wonder Woman. So that was like a whole thing. And yeah, it's so confusing the way they like sorted it out. But yeah, comics is confusing. The comics are confusing. But yeah, I call bullshit because people are like, well, the comic Superman. I'm like, there's no one comic version of Superman. There are several different writers, like, because you have like Superman writers they call it runs, right? If in case you're unfamiliar with comics. So they'll have one writer whose run is, I want Superman to be like this. That's kind of like, for example, the New 52, which is like, you know, he's more brazen. You know, he's like super powerful. He tries to do the right thing, but he's very flawed as a human. But then you have someone has him as like very virtuous, you know, like all-star Superman, like saves cats from trees, you know, talks to kids, is an inspiration, helping people when they're at their lowest. So it really depends on what version you want. And then you, of course, have like the tie-ins where it's like, oh, you have a huge Justice League comic or a big event where you have Superman in there. That you have to, of course, write Superman in a very specific way to fit that event too. So it gets to be a lot. And there's a lot of inconsistencies. There's a lot of retcons in comic history. There's the Golden Age, the Silver Age, you know, all of that fun stuff, okay? So as someone who knows comics, I'm the type of person who's like, holy shit, 2 cakes. We have sort of like a more grounded, more flawed Superman who's trying to find his way in the world that is almost revered as a god by people because he does some extraordinary things. And I think that's a really interesting interpretation. It's more grounded, and it would fit because I grew up with all of the fan edits of what if Man of Steel and The Dark Knight were in the same universe, and it was just cool. Because DC saw the success of The Dark Knight and decided to make a lot of its properties in the same tone and style. That's why you had Arrow be so dark. You know what I mean? Same with Gotham. They wanted to capitalize on the sort of the dark, more realistic, grounded tone. And I think that's fine. That's just a style. And now you have James Gunn, which is taking a more different approach, which is borrowing more from All-Star Superman, a lot more brighter, hopeful comics, seeing Superman as sort of just a virtuous Boy Scout who has his own family, you know, Ma and Pa Kent. You had him being raised on a farm, you know, surrounded by people who really care about him and him trying to do the right thing. And I think that's okay too. So that's my stance on Superman, at least in his cinematic appeal. And that's why I haven't really had an issue with any, like Christopher Reeve's Superman. Amazing, right? But again, it's just different interpretations of these characters. And you can definitely have your bias. You can definitely be like, no, I want my Superman to be like this run or this movie, right? And that's okay. But like my thing is like, don't say this is how he is in the comics, because clearly you haven't read a comic. Because there are several different interpretations of this character. You guys specify which run, what year, what tone, you know. And that's why you even look at James Gunn. And for the research for his new Superman movie, he was pulling from several different comics because they're all different, but taking elements that they like. You know what I mean? So I did see the new Superman trailer, though. It looks fantastic. Like, I am super excited because it is, I think, what a lot of people wanted. And as someone who did get his Snyder cut of Justice League, you know, I think that's all I wanted. I did not want to restore the Snyderverse because I knew Zack Snyder said he was done. He wanted to be done. A lot of the actors were done, you know. I think we got what we wanted, which was the Snyder cut. And I think it's okay to move on because at least we have that. And we can acknowledge that, you know, some people, you can like both. It's okay to like both. But if you don't, that's also okay. Just be respectful of people. But I feel like it's just become so toxic, the whole debate. Like, I've seen some Snyder fans. I'm a Snyder fan. I've seen some Snyder fans be awful people online to James Gunn. And I don't think that's right. I think that's actually really bad. So, and I'm actually really happy for James Gunn because he did work for Superman. Like, he took the Guardians films. He did films that blew him up, like some horror films, but I haven't watched them, so I can't really speak to that. But the fact that he did Guardians, took them from like D to E listers in the comics, which if you said you were a Guardians fan before their debut in the MCU, you're lying. You're lying. Like, no one liked the Guardians of the Galaxy. No one did. But the fact that he took it, now they're basically the front runners of Marvel Comics and Marvel in general too, which is crazy. Like, they got video games now. Like, you have a Guardians of the Galaxy video game. You got characters in Marvel Rivals. You know, it's insane. You even had them introduced in the Lego Marvel superheroes post-credit scene, so that they would be included in the second game because they were coming out with the film for Guardians. So yeah, the Guardians effect is insane. They got like a roller coaster based off them in Disney World. 2 actually. There's one in Disneyland that's re-themed Tower of Terror. So the James Gunn effect is real. And then if you see the stuff with Peacemaker, like, the dude is just lightning for content. Like, everything he touches is gold. So I'm glad DC was able to pick him up after like the whole drama with Guardians Volume 3, which I'm glad he was able to finish, for sure. But I am excited for Superman because I know what he's done with people. If you've seen Creature Commandos 2, that was also a great, yeah, it was also a great film. But yeah, I also, okay, the only thing that does, I think, worry me a little bit is I think James Gunn is going to get a little too artistic with the Superman movie. Because there's a lot of wide angle lenses being shown, like a lot of wide angle shots, where if you don't know what that is, it's like if you have an iPhone and you do the 0.5 where it zooms out a little bit and makes your face warped. He does that a lot. Because Zack Snyder has the same thing. Zack Snyder does slow-mo all the time. That's kind of like his stylistic thing. A lot of people don't like that. I could see a lot of people not enjoying his decision, creative decision, to do a lot of wide angle lenses. And like just focal length changes all the time. Like, I feel like for a lot of people, it could also be like a medical thing where it hurts their eyes, right? But that's the only other, like the only thing. But everything else looks good. Like, Engineer, even though she's not all silver, I do like sometimes James Gunn will make it like comic accurate to a T, and then sometimes he'll upgrade it. Like, for example, Bloodsport. Oh my god, Bloodsport's suit in the Suicide Squad movie. Oh my god, it's one of my favorite costumes now, and his powers are so cool. And then you look at Peacemaker, which is like ripped. So you have both, like Peacemaker, which is straight ripped from the comics, and Bloodsport, who looks really cool. And then you have the Engineer, which looks like a Silver Surfer, which I'm kind of glad in hindsight it did make it better to not make her all metallic and silver, because one, that'd be way too much CG. I feel for a film that's already CG heavy, especially for a villain. And that's what I think DC was notorious for, is CG villains, right? People were complaining about Doomsday, Enchantress, you know. Like, I think it's better to go the route, if you have a lot of CG, to have less. But yeah, I don't know. I've always been a fan of when he does take some liberty. Like, even the Engineer. Like, the Engineer was all metallic in the comics. He took a different approach, and it actually paid off, in my opinion. So I'm gonna be excited to see what happens with the Engineer. Sorry, the High Evolutionary. That's what it was. The High Evolutionary in Guardians Volume 3. He was all metallic, and he would have been like a Transformer-looking kind of guy. But he decided to be more human, cyborg-ish, and I think that paid off. And it really reinforced the theme of the movie. But yeah, so there's that, and then there's also I also think it was also a good call because Marvel is gonna release Fantastic Four around the same time, which super fantastic. I cannot wait for that. That's our new Barbenheimer. Super fantastic. And I'm not counting Jurassic Park, because Jurassic Park I think is gonna be overrated. I'm calling it now. But yeah, like I don't know. I just like I just like the idea that Marvel and DC are at the same time going back to their roots, you know, of their foundational characters, to sort of like, at least For DC, they're like reinventing their universe, or no, they're restarting their universe. Marvel is resetting their universe, reinventing their universe. And hopefully Fantastic Four, I hope it's decent because it's supposed to kick off Doomsday. And based on how Fantastic Four goes, that's going to set the tone for Doomsday. And I hope they do okay. I'm a little bit worried for Marvel. I will say I am more optimistic that Superman will be a hit because it's James Gunn at the helm. I am so worried for Fantastic Four. And hot take, I am a fan of the early 2000s Fantastic Four. Not so much the later one, but not fan four stick, but I think the early 2000s had, with the exception of like a couple things like Doctor Doom, I would say it is pretty. I thought it was a pretty solid couple of films, especially with the Silver Surfer movie. I thought that was better than the first, like much better. And then you had Chris Evans as the Human Torch. I thought that was great. I actually thought you did a really good job with that. So we'll see. Like Johnny does worry me a little bit. As much as I love the actor, in terms of writing and like what character decisions they choose, I hope they don't skew too far away from what makes Johnny Johnny. You know what I mean? So yeah, I am excited though for both though, because holy shit, 2 cakes from 2 of the biggest superhero franchises, and a lot's riding on them. I know people are like, well, Ironheart's coming out. I'm like, well, Ironheart's cool and all, but people are excited for Fantastic Four because it's going to lead into Doomsday. Like that's what people are hyped about. And I think the Thunderbolts did justice by helping create that hype. Now, is it too late? That's to be seen. But I'm hoping. I'm holding out for them. Especially since they're deciding not to include Spider-Man in Doomsday and save him for Secret Wars. Which I think is a good call, because then you could focus on just Spider-Man on his own without dealing with all the cosmic bullshit going on in the Marvel universe. Go back to street level. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah, no, but I am excited for Doomsday, and I am excited. I just hope the Russo brothers have this charm with them when it comes to Marvel movies, and not their recent track record of movies outside of the MCU. Like, people are calling them hack directors, and I'm not one to bully directors and artists, because I understand. But the Russo brothers, I think there is some criticism. If all your films outside the MCU are flops, like, hopefully with this Doomsday, it's just like they can break the streak with Doomsday being decent. You know what I mean? But we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. Well, we're just gonna end up seeing what ends up happening with those 2 films. Again, Jurassic, I haven't even seen the last Jurassic World film, the 3rd one. I think it's Dominion, right? I didn't watch it because I hated with the passion the 2nd film, because it starts off decent in the 1st act, and then the last 2 acts, the last act, the 3rd act of the film, feels like the middle of the film. And I'm like, what is this bullshit? What? It just ends. It's so anticlimactic. What are we doing here? And I get it's setting up something which doesn't really even pay off in the 3rd film. But I don't know. I just don't like. I will say Rebirth does look a little bit more promising than the 3rd and the 2nd, because it's going back to the roots of what made Jurassic Park interesting, especially pulling from stuff from the book. But I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath. Maybe I'll catch it on streaming. Maybe I'll, One Piece it, pirate it, whatever. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm holding out. Scarlett Johansson, they have like a cast that I think has done decent on solo outings. So is it Mashal Ali? Is that his name? The one who's supposed to be Blade, which rip. Yeah, him. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. I don't want to butcher his name. But yeah, I am just so worried that like it's just not gonna, I think they can do a decent job with Jurassic Park or the Jurassic World film Rebirth, but I don't know. They just announced like a new trilogy, which they said the last movie was the final one, and then they're making 3 more. It's like, okay, this is getting excessive. You know what I mean? So rip Blade, dude. Like, Blade deserves better. He deserves better. Why is it taking so long? Like, just choose a director already and just have them just do their own thing with the source material. Like you've always done. I think Marvel, that's the problem with Marvel now, is like there's too many hands, too many cooks in the kitchen. They should just like do what they did in the early films with all these characters and just let the director do their own thing. And hands off, just, you know, let them have like do their own like self-contained thing, and then for the post-credit scene, have them go back. Now, I know it didn't work out for Eternals. I know. But I think it was just a mishmash of just a lot of different ideas. You hired an indie director to do a big outing with several different characters. I feel like you needed someone like a James Gunn type for that. Not like artistic director. I think she should have handled more like a Black Widow movie. Like it's almost like a character study movie, or better yet, a Disney Plus show, which would be amazing. I would love to see Chloe Zhao, which I think that's the name of the director who did Eternals. I'd love to see her doing an outing with a Disney Plus film. I just think it was just wrong time and place. Personally. But yeah, no, I am excited, and I'm also, so I got like, did I tell the story? So I went to the Minecraft movie. And I still feel like I ripped off. That's a dog shit movie. I don't care about the memes. That was one of the worst theater experiences I have ever had. It wasn't even like fun bad. It was just boring bad, in my opinion. And I'm like, people got paid to write this? That was in my head. So in the theater I went to, apparently we actually got a lot of oh, hey, Pro Man. Well, welcome to the stream. I'm just talking about how I went to the Minecraft movie and the projector wasn't working. And so they gave us free vouchers and took us to another theater screening room, and we watched the film. And I still think I'm ripped off. Like, I got a free movie and I feel like I'm ripped off. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Minecraft movie was not the greatest, in my opinion. But I'm excited because I'm going to try and use that voucher for either Superman or Fantastic Four, whichever comes first. Because I think those, I feel like if Superman's a good movie, it's going to be one of those movies where I want to go back to theaters to watch it again. Because that's how I felt about Thunderbolts. But the problem is I was broke around the time I wanted to go back and watch Thunderbolts. So I ended up not, and just watching a lot of bootleg clips on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, you saw John Wick Ballerina? Okay. I was worried because they made the Continental show, which is kind of like the same idea of John Wick. And I don't know. I heard really bad things about the Continental. Like, it was like a disservice to the John Wick universe. Like that's what's crazy. Yeah. Oh no, they were gonna make movie regardless of the quality. Like, you slap Minecraft up, like it's same with the Mario Bros movie. It's just gonna make money just with name alone. You know what I mean? The memes just helped it. Yeah. Like, it's the same thing with Lilo and Stitch. Like, the movie I heard wasn't the greatest. It's like nothing like the original, but it made a shit ton of money because it has Lilo and Stitch in the name. You know? Doesn't matter about the quality. As long as you have the person there, then it's like, okay. Oh, thank you, Pro Man. Gotta stretch now. I was wondering if those were working. I started putting these little bits that you can redeem and stuff. These channel points. Yeah. Not bits, channel points. I'm still getting used to the whole thing. Because I just unlocked them, like, I think last week. Because I just reached affiliate. But yeah, it's... I don't know. I also think... I also feel like the whole viewing experience for me, too. Lurk. All right. No worries, Pro Man. I acknowledge that you are there. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. There's just something about viewing experiences now that I'm a little bit worried about with the Minecraft movie. Because have you seen this stuff on TikTok? And this is why I'm so worried about movies in the future. Because like Superman's coming out and I'm going to see how that goes with theater experiences. But recently I've been seeing more of a trend of these fucking high schoolers, these fucking kids who just won't shut up during a movie and just cause chaos and ruin it for everyone else. I get you do it for a TikTok, you do it for a meme, but it's getting to a point where I'm like, well, if this is just the theater experience anymore, like I want to watch and enjoy these movies in theaters, but like I also feel like the quality of movies get ruined based on experience. Yeah, Chicken Jockey. Yeah. Like that was crazy. They literally brought in a live chicken to the showing. And I'm gonna be honest, I would have hated being in that theater. Like there's like Endgame moments, right? Where you're in the theater, you're watching Avengers Endgame, you're sitting back, and you're like, holy shit! Cat picked up Mjolnir! What the fuck? You know, there's like that. And then there's like throwing popcorn on people, dumping soda on people, you know, like having your flashlights on. It's like, okay, that's a little excessive in my opinion, you know? So I'm a little bit worried that this could be a trend, especially because all of the worst trends on TikTok end up gaining traction. And you have a lot of copycats who can't, like, once, all right, I get it. But you have a lot of people who don't know how to do it right, don't know how to do it smart, and it just gets annoying. You know what I mean? That's just my big worry for movies, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening because we have some pretty big movies coming out. Like, of course, Fantastic Four, Superman. Oh, also, what's with this popcorn bucket revolution going on? Like, have you seen the Fantastic Four popcorn bucket with Galactus? Like, it's a giant Galactus head. And someone asked, I kid you not, can we open the mouth? That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, I think the Galactus popcorn bucket is so smart. I'm curious what DC does for Superman, because they haven't announced any popcorn buckets yet, but guarantee you they will. And they just need something to compete with Fantastic Four, because the Galactus popcorn bucket is already like huge. No pun intended. It's like, this is what Fantastic Four fans have wanted since Rise of the Silver Surfer, when we got that stupid fucking cloud, you know? Now we actually get a physical, we can see Galactus in live action, and that's like huge, you know? We can see our big man. Hopefully Galactica in the future. I'm just kidding. Not the Marvel Rivals fan in me. Oh God. But yeah. No, I'm excited though. What would be cool? You know what'd be dope though? If for the Superman, if the Superman robots are actually animatronics. So it's all practical. It's practical mixed with some CG here and there. It'd be cool if they made some popcorn buckets with that. Like the robot heads, like Superman robot heads. Or the if you had like the big S, you know, having that be a popcorn bucket too. They could do some interesting things. Or it would be really fun is if they did like a LexCorp thing. Like, have you seen the LexCorp suits? They look pretty good. They're not like my favorite LexCorp robot design. I still have some of my favorites from the comics. But honestly, it's given me that campiness that I do appreciate. It's like I just feel like it's a little too detailed. You could simplify it a little bit more. That's just how I feel about the LexCorp, you know, armor. I really want the Lexbots. Bring back the Lexbots, you know what I mean? And I am also, okay, one thing that does sadden me about the Superman trailer, and I keep hearing it all the time, I understand it makes a little bit more sense for realism, but there was just something I liked about LexCorp. And it could also be it's trying to separate itself and make it less confusing. for people who were watching Snyder's Superman, Zack Snyder's, because it's Luthor Corp, not LexCorp. LexCorp, you know? That's the only thing I'm not really the biggest fan of, is that name change, but I understand why they did it, you know? But I'm interested to see what happens, because apparently like Maxwell Lord is apparently in what was it? Peacemaker. Same with Hawkgirl, and I think Green Lantern, Guy Gardner. They're both in Peacemaker season 2, so it's gonna be interesting to see them tie into that. I'm actually just waiting for the Batman reveal on who's playing Batman and when they're gonna start working on that, because it's gonna be so the next Batman movie is gonna be Batman Brave and the Bold. I think that's the name, and it's gonna be a already pre-existing Batman who already has all of the Robins, and he's on Damian Wayne already, which I think great decision. I actually really like that decision, because you're not starting from ground zero. You're starting with, it's already established. Let's get the heroes in here. Get Nightwing in here. Get Red Hood in here. You know, get Red Robin in here. Man, we need more Tim Drake love in the in the DCEU. So it's also, they need to rebrand themselves. They need to start calling themselves the DCU, not the DCEU. This is like a proper name change, you know? So the DCU, I'm excited for. Yeah. And then, yeah, there's just a lot of things that I think they're taking a lot of steps forward. Like, everyone is so excited for the Batman Part 2, including me. I know a lot of people have gripes with the Batman because it's a very auteur take. It's not your typical. It's not going to be like the Batman the animated series, which is what I feel is the definitive Batman is in animated form, and that's in Batman the animated series. I would also argue Justice League. Both Justice League and Justice League Unlimited have the preferred Batman. Even Young Justice, I think, has a pretty good one. But yeah, it's just like you gotta be like sort of a little bit. I feel like people are a little bit harsh on Matt Reeves' Batman because it's very much of a different approach. I know a lot of people did not like the interpretation of the Riddler, especially when it gets revealed on what the final plan was, which is to flood Gotham, you know? And I know a lot of people weren't like very fond of him rescuing people in daylight. Because I understand why, because Batman's sort of like a vigilante, you know? And people are like, well, he's a superhero. Shouldn't he be saving people? I'm like, yeah, but that's more for Superman. Also, thank you for following, Hera Y. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate the follow. Perfect. Put on James Marriott and you'll be happy. Trust. Thank you. Is that a song or artist? I don't know what that is. But yeah, I've also been kind of in a position where I like to back the opinion that I also like I like Batman also being like a vigilante wanted by the cops, with the exception of Commissioner Gordon, because that's why Commissioner Gordon has the light, right? Like the cops are very split on how to feel about, like, because they're also corrupt, right? The GCPD, like, it's very hard to know like who's not corrupt, right? And Batman trusts Commissioner Gordon to help him out with that, right? So I also like the idea that he also stays in the shadow. Like, he'll save people, but like right when the cops get there, he's like standing on a rooftop, like looking down at the crime scene, and then disappears. That's kind of like how I see Batman mythos. And in the Batman, he doesn't do that. They kind of revere him as like a Superman type. And I know that was a very purposeful decision to show that he is the hope of the city, to bring it into the light. But I also feel like that's the wrong message, because that's more for someone to be like Nightwing. That's like a Nightwing type moment. That's not a Batman moment, in my opinion. Or better yet, it's a Bruce Wayne moment where instead, like at the end, you could have Bruce Wayne coming up saying, I will like provide aid. The city needs help. And so he protects his identity, but it's very Bruce Wayne, the philanthropist, the playboy everyone loves, right? So that's just my thing with the ending of the Batman, that I think I can understand why people weren't the biggest fans of that interpretation, because it was very savior-like. But and Batman saves people, don't get me wrong, but the way he does it, I feel, is very, you could have shown it differently than, him going in and saving. Like, he could have saved people, and then right when they turn around, they're like, oh, thank you, Batman, and then Batman's gone. That's the type of person Batman is, right? The animated series got that, where, you turn around, like, they're talking, they have a conversation, they're like, oh, we need to do this. Like, what do you think, Batman? Batman's already left. He's already on the way. Or they need to show up to someone's house, right? Like, my favorite one's the movie when they go visit Barda at her house. And Batman's already inside. And no one questions it because it's Batman, That's how I feel about sometimes the interpretations going on there. But yeah, I hope... But here's the thing. If James Gunn nails Superman, I want him to be extra careful with Batman, because if he can nail both of them, he could do a world's finest movie. You know how much money that would make if you got Batman right and Superman right and did a world's finest? Oh my God. You're going to make it rain. Like, I already know the Superman movie is probably going to be a financial success for DC, but doing a world's finest film, I think that's what people need. Because then you can separate, like, what the type of person Batman is versus Superman, right? So that's just my thing. Yeah, but we'll see what he ends up. I know he teased sort of like we'll put a pin in it. If you watch Creature Commandos, they did have a Batman cameo, but James Gunn did go on record to say, hey, don't know who Batman is going to be yet. So I think it's a very, very long work in progress. You know what I mean? It's a wait. We'll wait and see what ends up happening. What happens to that character. I think, honestly, he's just trying to figure out what direction to take DC that's very different. Which I think he's doing a couple of cool things right now, which is introducing the Authority, which is this whole separate team. They had their own separate comic series before they've been incorporated into the DC universe. So it's cool to see that they're sort of taking those obscure characters, which is what James Gunn is known for, and really giving them, like, introducing them into this world. I love that he's already saying, yeah, this world's already established to have superheroes in it, right? Because you already have, Hawkgirl, you have Green Lantern, and Mr. Terrific. So you already have them existing in a Superman movie, which I think is super dope. It's not from the ground up. And I also do appreciate the decision of, maybe bringing back some fan favorites like his Suicide Squad. Like, I want to see Bloodsport in this universe now, Because now I feel like this is like a Superman he put in the ICU. When he shot him with his kryptonite bullet, That's what Bloodsport did. So it'll be fun to see. And this is just getting started, and I'm sure too, they're probably also waiting to see like the end of the success for Superman to start teasing some of the more. They're already setting some groundwork, because I know they announced like Supergirl, right? Movie. I think that's gonna be like the next one, because he's working closely with that. I think that's the next movie coming out. But I think they're gonna kind of wait and see before they expand. But yeah, there are 4 pillars, according to James Gunn, of the DC universe. And they are going to be Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl. And that's interesting, because I always assumed the 4th pillar was unironically, I thought it was Harley Quinn, at least for the mainstream. Because you always had Superman, you always had Batman, and you had Wonder Woman. Like, every single time. And then Harley Quinn started getting a lot of traction to the point where she actually got more cinematic debuts and more TV shows and movies than Wonder Woman, which is kind of sad. But then it could also be argued, okay, what about popularity of comic characters? You can argue like, well, technically it's like probably like Superman, Batman, and The Flash, because The Flash got a huge amount of traction. So I guess you can argue that too. But Supergirl is an interesting choice. So I think that's sort of, especially with the tone that they were describing on taking Supergirl, it's kind of like almost a little bit more dramatic than what we're used to seeing. It'll be fun to like sort of watch and see how the show goes, you know. I'm excited. I'm excited for that. That's a part that I think is very, very good. Oh, especially with like, also they're also working on why I say also twice. I'm tripping over my words here. We also are getting sort of Creature Commandos in live action because they already casted them. G.I. Robot, I can't wait to see him in live action. That'll be fun, especially if they're doing all these, you know, animatronics and actual using like movie magic as opposed to CG reliance. When they don't have to, right? I think that's a good thing. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening to the whole DC universe, because if they get it right, they could last. I don't think superhero fatigue is dead, because James Gunn, I think, did say something like that. He thinks it's not dead. What people crave are good stories, and as long as superhero movies keep providing good stories, people will show up. And I think he's right. So yeah. So that's that. But speaking of entertainment is evolving. For one, Twitch is losing a lot of streamers, and some pretty big ones too, because a lot of them are jumping ship to Kick. And it has to do with money, because apparently there are people like the 95-5 split. Now, question, am I going to jump to Kick? Probably not. I got an audience on Twitch. I'm going to stick with Twitch. I think Twitch is pretty dope. I kind of like Twitch. Especially because I'm trying to still figure out this platform. But apparently one of the big things right now is, let's talk about Matpat. I grew up with game theory. Even before the big boom that was Matpat and FNAF. Oh goodness, did that do wonders for his channel? No, I was with Luigi's Bulge. That was my crowd. But yeah, so Matpat apparently is introducing legislation now, or he formed a committee to help streamers or creators in general. So he got the backing of actual representatives and is pushing this forward so that Congress can stay informed with the changes happening on the online space. Because let's be honest here, a lot of them are dinosaurs. They don't know what the fuck the internet is. They don't even know what a Netflix is half the time. Guarantee it. So I'm glad that they're actually pushing to be a little bit more educated with the online services, especially with predatory pricing going on, especially with transparency with gacha games, you know, because the way they get away with it is they have their own in-game currency, and you don't know how much you're actually spending or the actual value of said item, because you're not looking at it as it's this dollar amount per item. You're seeing it as it's this amount of game currency for this item. And then you have to buy that currency with games. So you have to do math, but no one does math because we're fucking lazy. We play video games. Do you think we do math on the daily? But it'll be good for streamers, because I think it's a lot more transparency. Both with monetary, with sponsors. If it's like a sponsor stream, I think they're going to be pushing that. Especially because there's like a rise in if Kick is growing to be big, I think that's the one thing we need to watch out for, is if you're watching a streamer, be careful about gambling sponsorships, because gambling, I think, is one of the biggest vices in the world. Because once you get sucked up in gambling, you lose a lot of money, and it actually is a huge fucking issue for a lot of people. It's an addiction, and we should treat it like so, you know. So yeah, more transparency with that I think would be great. Platforms not like harassing creators. I think TOS needs to be fully communicated, because I heard a lot of instances of people being treated poorly because of it. So I am 100% in favor of making it better communication for creators, while also making sure, of course, not to like overstep and government overreach on social media platforms. We've seen it before. Not the greatest thing, not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm just not really a big fan of government overreach. I don't think anyone is. Call it the libertarian in me. I think the less government in stuff that doesn't need their attention, the better. Because there are things that do need our attention that the government isn't paying attention to. Like, and that's why I think Matpat, having someone like Matpat heading this committee for creators is a very good thing, because it's changing our online space. And he did a speech. He's not wrong. We have streamers now who do sponsorships with like they're in ads that you see in the Super Bowl for TV. Like, the insurance companies are smart. Like State Farm, one of the smartest marketing branches, I think, currently in the modern age is in State Farm, because they know how to appeal to their customers and how to advertise themselves, you know. Same with T-Mobile too. They'll invite streamers on, so streamers are playing a huge part because they know how to outreach, or like doing any collabs sponsored with streamers, because it's just content. You just need content and you put your brand in it. You pay the creator will be happy, and you get your name out there, right? And if you don't like it, you just sever your relationship with that creator and just go to a different creator, right? So I think e-celebrities are the next big thing. They have been, and they're continuing to grow, which is why I'm also trying to capitalize. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, if you want to invite me to a movie premiere or pay me hundreds of thousands of dollars to do a sponsorship, I'm your guy. Yeah, I'll sell out for 1,000, 100,000. Yeah, for sure. But I think honestly though, it is a very good thing. Especially because of the whole honey scam, right? That was a huge thing. And then there's a couple others, like what was it? The one where it's like you could become a lord if you buy this thing, which isn't even legally sound. So just these awful scams that creators you trust, creators who are, I think, morally good people. And then you learn that like they do the sponsorship, and maybe they didn't do the research, give them the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes they do know, and they're just preying on their audience to make a quick buck, which I think is not cool. Not cool. You gotta be careful. Or like, for example, Kai Cenat, huge, one of the biggest streamers in the world. Now, there's a huge debate on whether it's him or Speed that's the bigger streamer. Quite honestly, I think they're two separate audiences, two different styles of content. I think there's an argument for both. But that being said, the fact that Kai went to the BET, he went to like all these celebrity events, right? And even had a whole collab with McDonald's, right? That's crazy. Like, imagine the Seyorias burger at McDonald's. Oh man, that'd give you straight food poisoning. But yeah, it's just like, that's the new age of the internet. And with live streaming becoming bigger and bigger, especially with a lot of nuisance streamers, fuck those guys, by the way. I think content's just gonna evolve, which I mentioned this before. I am going to try and do live streaming, IRL live streaming in the future. It's not confirmed yet, but I would like to try starting, not announcing the official date yet, but I'm gonna try starting in August or at the latest September is when I'm gonna start IRL live streaming, because I want to get good. I want to get familiar with it. I gotta learn how to do it in the first place with my phone, you know. But I mentioned this before. I want to do it because I want to try going to conventions in the future. Like, I'm in Florida. One of the biggest ones, at least near me, is MegaCon. And I already have my costume. You can see a little bit behind me. I won't spoil what it is. But I have a goal in mind. And I'm going to cosplay. And I want to live stream it. I think that'd be fun if I go to MegaCon. Of course, I'll like look up the rules and stuff and like see what's permitted, what's not. But I think it'd be dope if I like, you know, start IRL live streaming. Because I do respect. There are surprisingly enough, there are IRL live streamers I do respect that I think are pretty dope. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, Matpat and politics. What year is it? I was watching this guy talking about Luigi's Bulge, and all of a sudden he's talking about putting in laws for the future of entertainment. That's huge, you know? By the way, if you don't know about the news going on right now, there's like, I'm in Florida, so I'm safe. I'm chilling over here. Maybe not chilling is the best word to describe it. We are boiling alive over here. The humidity and heat over the summer, oh my goodness, it is miserable. Miserable. But aside from that, there's also I feel like every time I turn to LA has just been a disaster. It's like something's always going on with LA, and I feel so bad. But especially with like the raids going on right now, I'm not going to be a political person here. That's not the point of my channel. I'm not going to delve into politics. I actually think the biggest problem with a lot of platforms right now is that they allow politics. Because it just turns away advertisers, and then the small guy who tries to earn money loses out because the big people who aren't affected keep mouthing off. That's just my stance on it. So if you can avoid politics, the better. Or at least create its own subcategory, you know? That way it doesn't affect the bulk of the platform. And have it so it's like advertisers like cannot also choose not to include any political channels, right? That's my little tirade on the Twitch thing. But aside from that, I'm not really a political guy. I've never kind of believed in it. I think politics is just political theater in my eyes most of the time. Because people can complain. People could have legitimate reasons for complaining. Absolutely. Especially now. But for me, I just like to err also on the side of like, you also have to be very careful. Sometimes it's not worth it. Like there's certain methods to exercising your right as a citizen, but putting yourself in jeopardy or putting others like your friends in jeopardy to do and go to these dangerous places, especially now, I don't recommend it. So my number one rule, if you're watching this and you're in LA, please stay safe. That's all I want. I want anyone who may be affected to just look out for themselves and remember sometimes what matters. Like choose your battles, because it is rough over there. And I've told this doesn't even have to do with politics too. I've told that to anyone like working too in harsh conditions. I'm like, always look out for yourself. Like it's okay to take breaks. It's okay to take a step back. Just let someone know. You know what I mean? Like, because you have to look out for yourself, because if you don't and you overwork yourself, you're just going to cause more problems, right? And more trouble for those around you. So be very careful. That's why I don't recommend going to sort of the dangerous places right now and the most busy. As much as fun and exciting to be a part of like this great moment in history, right? To be a part of this movement. Also watch out, because a lot of crazy things are happening right now. And you don't know what's going to happen, right? That's just my word of warning. Just be careful. Because it sucks. It sucks that we're in this position. It sucks, I know, that this craziness is happening. And it seems like it's getting worse by the day, right? All these bad things are happening. But trust me, just keep working hard. Just focus on keeping yourself and those around you safe. And trust me, things will get better. Like this, if anything, this is what I like to do in my personal life. If you ever have a bad day, and like a really bad day, like everyone has those days where you literally, what's the word? You freak out. You, You're off your meds. What's some other like fun, colorful words you can use? Crash out. There we go. You're crashing out, right? Everyone has crash outs. But also, I want everyone to remember those moments in your life. If you can help it, try and like remove yourself from a situation, keep yourself cool, and then you can explode later when you're by yourself. But honestly, remember that moment well. Use your energy to remember that moment well. Because when you're going through some good moments, remember you had your bad moments and you are almost rewarded for it, you know, that you powered through. And remind yourself, I work hard because I will have bad moments, but I know I will have good moments after. It may be a while. You may go through a lot of bad moments, but keep working at it. You know, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for anyone's success. As long as it's ethical. As long as it's ethical. As long as you're not a trash human being, which I hope no one watching is. I don't think anyone watching is. I hope that, you know, I wish well and success upon you. Because I don't know. I think this has also been my thing. I think I mentioned this before. But I've always been one to see success not only through myself, but in the people I touch. That came out wrong. Let me rephrase that. And the people I interact with. And the people that I have an influence over. Like whether it's friends and family. Or people that, you know, like coworkers or fellow, some of my classmates, right? Just anyone you talk to. If you can have like sort of a positive role on them, right? I don't know. I just feel like it's for the better, personally. And it's just like, sometimes you got to remember those, right? That their success is your success. And your success is their success. Remember both, because both are important. Because you can also be a person who very much gives and does not receive, and tells people not, and tells yourself not to receive. Don't receive. It's that is detrimental to your mental health. Please accept compliments that come your way. You can go be nice about it, like, oh, thank you so much, but accept them. Don't say no, I don't deserve it, because that's also bad. That's real bad. But yeah, just like that's just kind of like my rules of life. Seyorias's rules of life. The rules for the Seyonites, in a way. It's just worry about yourself. Like, number one person, always take care of yourself. That's a Seyonite's honor, right? Like, I don't want to have Seyonites here who talk poorly about themselves, because they're all amazing people. All the Seyonites have something amazing about them, right? Like, anyone watching here is a Seyonite, because you're joining me, you're listening to me, and I appreciate your company, right? You are an awesome person. So just remember that, and hold yourself high, you know? Carry pride with you. You are an awesome person. And I think we should encourage people to remind themselves it's okay to be selfish sometimes. It's okay to have some self-interest sometimes. I think the dumbest thing that Hollywood has ever done and education has ever done is saying selfishness is inherently a bad thing. I don't think so. I think selfishness, when it's only at the expense of other people, and you know it's like malpractice, that is of course bad. But if you're just looking out for yourself, or like saying, hey, you know, I need this time for myself, that should be okay. That is okay, you know. Same thing goes with people who are yeah, I don't know. I feel like the issue is people are too selfless, not too selfish. And it's all the nice people too, you know. And they get caught up in all this craziness, you know. So yeah, just be careful out there. Be careful out there. Look out for yourself. Look out for your family. If you're not going through a tough time, someone very much can be, and you may not know it. So be sure to always be nice to people around you and help them out, because you never know what someone is going through, because we're only human. And sometimes it could be a personal thing at work, and you have a coworker that's going through something, and you don't know because you're not that close with them, But just being nice goes a long way. You know what I mean? Just checking in on them. Say, hey, are you okay? Can I do anything for you? Just checking in on them. You know, just a quick message. Like that's what I did with some of my friends. Is like just sending messages of like, hey, wellness check. How's everyone doing? You know, trying to raise spirits. Be a good person. That's all we could ask for. Just be a good person. But yeah. Man, I get so motivational here. I'm just like, yeah, just be a good person. Try your best, you know. You gotta smile sometimes. People need to smile more. Not fake smiling like that. Like not like a Titan. Like what was it? That Titan from Attack on Titan, the one that eats Aaron's mom. You know, the one that goes. No, don't do that. Don't do that because that's fake. But just like be in better spirits. Because fun fact, if you smile, it's a percentage. You are more attractive to approach. Not romantically, but just to talk to. You know, if you have a good attitude about you, good head about you, your posture is standing up straight, you know? Or sitting up straight. Either one. And you just have like a smile to you. Look at that. Look at that magic. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, yeah. That's going to do wonders over someone who doesn't smile like this. Like, look at night and day difference right now. I'm going to do something. I'm going to show you guys right now, right? Positive spirits, just a little bit smile. Like, I'm going to be honest, I have a resting bitch face. That's just who I am. Because if I smile like this, I'm having a good time, you know? We're having a good time talking, you know? Hey, how's it going, buddy? You know? I'm in better spirits, and I can sit up to be like, sort of like, hey, what's going on, guys? Ba, ba, ba. You know? I'm in good spirits. And if you have good spirits, people who have good spirits will want to hang out with you. Because it's what they're all about. You're more attractive to the eye. You're like honey to a bee. Or honey to a bear. And then if you do the vice versa, which is my resting bitch face. And you're just like, hey. All right. Like, hey, what's going on? Like, it's night and day. Like the smiling and being a little bit more positive and like, you know, having a little bit more fluctuations in your voice versus, hey, like, I don't know. I'm just going to talk. Yeah. In my posture. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's a huge difference. Which, hello! Warrior Oos, welcome back. Yeah, it's been a while. How's everyone doing? I'm doing good. I'm just talking about attitude right now. And how, like, we need to focus on worrying about self-worth, which is what we mentioned on this channel before. But also, like, it's all about posture, right? You gotta sit up straight, have sort of like a smile for your resting face. And then a little bit more fluctuations in your voice where you're a little bit more friendly and talking and saying hi and please and thank you. As opposed to, oh, hey, guys. Hey, Lumi. How's it going? I heard that you like to control human rights. You know, it's like, it's a difference. It's a different. Oh, are you a full-time blob? Wait, you have birthday cake? That actually sounds so good right now. Have you had birthday cake shakes? Oh my god. That's good stuff right there. Oh, Lumi, is it your birthday today? Well, if I haven't said already, happy birthday, Lumi. Or happy late birthday. Belated birthday. I should have streamed yesterday just for your birthday, Lumi. Although, I probably would... I probably would have to get you a gift, right? Probably have to give you someone's human rights. That's what you like, right? Yeah, by the way, what do you mean by full temp lock? Nah, I was out to dinner, so I wouldn't have made it to stream. Nah, but no. I'm not saying you would have made it. I should have made a stream dedicated because it was your birthday. I'll name it. I'll name it the Lumi stream. There we go. The Seyo Lumi stream. That's what I'd call it. Yeah, I care and present myself. I don't care anymore. Well, it also depends on setting. Posture is not the biggest thing. It's also about like your face and like how you treat people. Like I think treating people is just the big thing. Yeah, a stream dedicated to controlling human rights. Of course you would say that, Lumi. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just existing, going with the flow now. I feel free. That's fair too. I did not miss this conversation. I'm actually kind of glad I didn't stream yesterday then. Yeah, that's so really crazy, Lumi. That's really crazy. Imagine a stream dedicated to making Seo Knight's lore. That'd be so cool. Maybe I'll do that Friday. We're streaming on Friday. I'm down for that. I'll call it the Seo Knight lore. It's just there's a lot of news today that I wanted to talk about, especially that's entertainment related. Because we're getting new laws that are going to be revised just for streamers. I talked about this earlier, but for Matpat, because he's now like forming this whole committee and stuff for like creators, online creators. It's cool. What's crazy? What do you mean what's crazy, Lumi? Your take. Controlling human rights. That's what's crazy. Yeah, maybe I'll do that Friday. Well, maybe we'll talk about Seo Knight's Lawrence Friday. Yeah. He actually did that. Yeah. Well, it's a start. It's a start, and I think that's what we absolutely need right now, especially because, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really the biggest fan of Twitch's decisions as of late. As much as I love the community, I think the management, like, I think a lot of the problems, and this isn't even like a politics issue, it's just like it's more of an image thing for big creators, where it's like Twitch is being ruined by a small few that affects everyone. You know what I mean? I think the simple solution for Twitch is just making a politics category and putting those types of streamers in there. And then you divvy up the sponsors if they want to sponsor the political streams or not. Instead of losing sponsors. Like, that's why Kick is, like, huge now. Because Kick... I don't like Kick. But Kick is letting them do whatever they want. And they have a sponsor that's fine with that. So... Isn't it categorized? Yeah, but, like, for sponsors... Sponsors can choose to opt out of it. I don't think they have that. Yeah, Kick is not great. There are some people like what is it? Is it Hikaru, the chess guy? The chess guy's over there, I think, unless he moved back to Twitch. Like he's cool, but yeah, Kick is not cool. I just don't like the reputation. I don't like what they did at TwitchCon last year. That was kind of really bad of them. Not really a big fan of that. Like, you know, just harassing people. And then, of course, the IRL content is basically popularized because of Kick. So, yeah. Kick. That's why I'm not going to join Kick. And also, you get sponsors from gambling. That's your gambling sponsorships. That's what you do over there. So, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I'm a fan of having sponsors given the option to opt out of political stuff. That way they can uphold their image. That's the reason why they care about it, right? Is all about image. And I understand from a business sense, because I work for a big company, I understand. You have to maintain an image, and you can't back someone because then people will complain and you'll lose profits because that's what companies care about. But then just choose an opt-out method, right? For political streamers. Like, just say, hey, I'm not really a fan of. And then you have a lot of sponsors that are political that could be like, yeah, I want to sponsor these guys, you know, instead of like affecting everyone. And it's not even like a left or right issue. It's like they're just crazies. People online are just gonna be more vocal because they're behind a screen. They're terminally online, and it sucks, right? Yeah, it's actually sad they can't choose who they support. Yeah, like, and they already have a lot of money coming in. It's not like they need more sponsorships. If they lose those sponsors, it's not like it affects them. They have the subs, right? So, yeah, it's just sad. That's why I'm multi-streaming. That's why we have YouTube people on here. Because as much as I do have more interactions on Twitch, I love Twitch. Like, YouTube, I like YouTube because I can post my VODs and my VODs will stay up there. With Twitch, the VODs go away. And I'm not a fan of that. And I don't like VOD storage and short storage that they've introduced. Yeah, I would recommend, because I used to watch Ludwig. He's kind of like my big inspo for getting into it. Ludwig made this whole video on how to get into streaming. And he said the big thing was you choose one platform and you grow on that platform, whether it's Twitch or YouTube. Now with Twitch though, you got to advertise yourself with shorts on YouTube. And he hated the idea of multi-streaming. Well, now he changed his tune. Multi-streaming is the future now. So a lot more people are jumping ship to doing that, like Twitch and YouTube. Now, would I multi-stream the Kick? No. I wouldn't do it. As much as I do love the 95-5 split, I also think there's a lot of ethics that come with it. And I don't want to be known as that guy who's a Kick streamer. I think that's just cringe. I'm purple and red. All the way, baby. Purple and red. Yeah, no, you're fine. Like, I'm not entertained. Like, here. Oh, yeah, I'll do something for you. Here. Give me 1 sec. I showed this off before, but I'll show it again. I think you should try streaming. Because if I go... I mean all the way back. Like, all the way back. Like, streaming is not a talent. It is something that we're not used to because you're talking in front of a camera and you quite literally, like, are talking to no one. Like, there's no one in the room with me. I had to, like, talk by myself and it was, like, the most awkward thing. Like, here, let me see if I could find... Actually, no, let me go Twitch, not YouTube. Here, if I go Twitch right now, if I go to my earliest, like my earliest videos, like I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a great setup. I was in my room, like here, like I was just playing video games because I thought that's how you make it big on streaming. It's just playing video games and not doing anything else, right? So here's me. I'm gonna switch screens real quick. Oh, boop. There we go. So, this is me. Need to stay alive with Kaya. Now, look at this setup. Hold on. What the fuck is this? This is my chat because I think I was using like the pre-installed, I want to say it was Streamlabs. I think this is Streamlabs. And then look at this weird border. Look how this is like 2 years ago, by the way. I have a mic. I don't even have 2 monitors. I have 2 monitors now. This is like I had a monitor that was like a shitty one that was like $50, and then I had this laptop, a MacBook, that I would do to watch my stream to make sure my stream was running. This is what I was using. And then this weird awkward border. And that's how we win. Look how like unenthusiastic I am. Recover. Also, gotta say, I mentioned this before, dog shit lineup. I legitimately did not know how to play this fucking game. I was like, ooh, these are pretty characters. I didn't realize there was combos you could use. Like, what is this lineup? It's bad. Kaya, no. Okay, Traveler, we're gonna play Stay Alive. Look how like non-engaged. Like, I'm not even playing a game, and I'm more enthusiastic just talking to the void than I am playing a video game. Like, and this is 2 years ago. And I mind you, I've had on and offs. It hasn't been me streaming forever.
Not even ashes will remain.
No. Damn. Like, I should be worried right now because I'm like, oh fuck. That was my second to last character. There's one guy left. Am I gonna survive? Am I not? What's gonna happen? Like, that's how I should be acting in this moment. But I'm not. I'm just like, oh, I'm playing a video game. And I don't talk when I play video games. Was it too late? Was I too late? Was it too late, I ask? Was it too late? I was too late. No! What I should have said... Hey, hold on. Here. I'll move this over. I'm gonna replace myself right now, real quick, okay? What I should have said in this moment. Here, I'm gonna recreate this moment, okay? What I should have said was... Right when I'm about to die, right? No. Damn. Oh, fuck! Oh, no. Oh, no. Alright, I gotta save up. Gotta make sure I survive this. Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna revive my health. Aw, shit. Was I too late? Too late. Fuck! I'm too late! No! That's what I should have done. But I didn't. Because I was a shitty streamer then. I should have been more energetic. I should have been like, no! Why? You know? But again, I think everyone, it's just something you just got to get used to. It's not like, I think no one's good. Like, I also, like, one piece of advice I was told too, especially with this right here, is like, you can't, like, look at the earliest streamers. If you, like, they'll private it, of course, they'll hide it, but try to find the earliest stream that someone did when they were, like, younger, of big streamers. You'll see they were awkward. They didn't know how to talk. They were like me right there. I didn't know how to talk, so. Yeah, it's just something you have to get used to. And luckily, my job is a customer service related role. So my secret plan, my grand plan to deal with, you know, annoying customers and stuff like that, is I was using this to train my talents to talk with strangers and just talk more in general for streaming. And that's how I actually got through my customer service job, is I just got good at just talking. And it helps. Like, you looked at that. That was before I started a job, a full-time job. This is me after. And it's already huge. Alia, I think I would support you. If you started streaming, I would watch your stream live. That's how much I want you to stream, okay? I think it'd be dope. Like, the conversations we've been having right now have been awesome. Like, I think you're entertaining. I think you just need to do it. Like, honestly, the hardest thing for streamers, and this is what I've also been told, is just starting your stream. Just start a stream and just start talking. Don't play games like me. I tried playing games. I think that was like a big mistake, and that's why I didn't grow at all, because I didn't separate myself from like the competition of like what makes me unique. But quite literally, just start. Just start streaming and then just get used to talking, and then you can play video games, because then people will want to watch you stream as opposed to just being there. Like you heard me at George's stream. Like, even like a couple weeks ago, I wasn't really doing the best at talking, but now I am. I've gotten pretty good at it. Yeah, that would be dope. That would be awesome. Yeah, go for it, Alia. I think that'd be great. And like, what the cool part is, and this is why, here's my hot take. I love Disney movies. I grew up with Disney. In my opinion, one of the most underappreciated movies that is a sequel to one of their classics. I think that goes undeservedly hated, in my opinion, is Monsters University. Because Monsters University has a really great line in it. And I think people gloss over that movie a ton. And it's like, I think I mentioned this before, or I don't remember who I told this to. And maybe it was on stream, maybe not. But every single monster, and this is what Mike Wazowski was saying, every single monster is different. No one looks alike. No one's the same. And yet they're all successful. And I feel like it's the same as the streamers. It's like, just do it. Like, there's no formula. Just do it. Yeah, maybe Sunday. Well, yeah, I'll pop in. If I don't stream, which I don't stream on Sundays, but I'll see if I can. I'll pop in and I'll say hi. I'll leave a message. Yeah. I love the ending for Monsters University, and I love that whole theme of like, you don't have to fit a form to be successful. Like, honestly, success is also finding what you're good at and doing what you're good at. You know what I mean? Like, I hate like how education like sometimes will prevent you from being creative and being an artist, because sometimes that is like the fastest way to be a good person, right? Awesome. Yeah, that's dope, Alia. That's what I love to hear. Yeah. Do it. And honestly, the hardest thing after starting streaming, you know what the hardest thing is? And I struggled with it today. Keeping a schedule. That's the hardest part. It's keeping a schedule. Like, people are like, oh, it's the length. You have to stream for a couple hours and just talk. I'm like, that's not hard. I love yapping. I'm the yapper. Yeah. I'm Seyorias the yapper. But no, it's keeping a schedule. Just making sure, like, if you're streaming once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, just every week, just make sure you go live. Yeah, or like watch George's. Like, here, I'm gonna see if I can find. I mean, since we're chilling right now. Let's see if I can find him on Kick. Because if we go to all video, does it go that far back? Does it go all that far back with George? Let's see all videos. Oh, it only goes 2 months back. Okay. It only goes 2 months back. Dang, I was hoping I could find one that was like years ago, but yeah. Yeah, the problem is some of the streamers I watch are YouTubers, and they make YouTube videos and then they do streaming, so it's like they already had an audience before they started streaming, so it's a little bit more difficult, but yeah. Okay, that's cool too. Or like, at least if you do it like once a week, that's also okay too. Yeah, just get used to it. Just try it out. Get a feel for it. My thing is, if you feel comfortable and this is something you want to do, then go for it. You know? That's what I would say. Aside from that, like, don't stream if you don't like it. There's a point where I started playing video games and I was just playing and streaming for the sake of streaming, and I realized it. Yeah, I know George. That's why I was looking it up. I knew George was a YouTuber, but I wasn't sure if he started streaming around this time too. But yeah. No, I know, because CDog VA is the same way. He was a YouTuber and then he did streaming. And he doesn't even stream regularly. He does it like every now and so. So I gotta find like a OG streamer. Like actually, I do have my role model who started off on Twitch. I wonder if he still has his videos up. That's my question. I wonder if he still. Where's my? Oh, he's live too. Nice. That's funny. Oh, he's playing Mario Kart World, of course. Of course, he's the Nintendo boy. And I'm talking about my boy Ludwig over here. All right, let's see if I can find his earlier streams. Because I know. Oh, yeah. I see. Oh, 7 years ago. Oh, perfect. I knew I could count on Ludwig. Ooh, art streams would be dope. Yeah. Like look at Ludwig when he first started. I'm gonna play him.
Technically game 3. After my fuck up on game 2. Am I at the right spot? No, I'm not. Did I go to story?
Yeah, look, he's streaming for like an hour, playing like a game. He's not talkative too much. I mean, he's like talking a little bit.
Yeah, you're the story.
Oh my god.
He's talking with his friend.
Oh my god.
But it's just him and his friend playing games.
You can't run that big.
It's early in the night for that.
Yeah, jeez. You've been
12
sipping?
o'clock. It's hardly early.
Yeah, but this was he's one of the biggest ones. And look, he's been streaming for 7 years. So yeah, just get a feel for it. And you're gonna have it on. And as someone who's tried streaming, you're gonna have your on and offs. Like this is my 3rd attempt at streaming seriously, and this is me trying to lock in and actually make this something worthwhile for me personally. But yeah, just try it. I think art streams will do wonders. Like I think we need more artists. I love art streams. I've seen people do it and they've been awesome. So yeah, I support it. Yeah, and looking at his numbers right now, it's like 9K viewers. That I would go insane. I went insane for having what was it? Like I had what was it? Was it 100 or 800 or something? I don't know what I would do with 9,000 people watching me. That would be crazy. Yeah, the only other thing too that I'm have to worry about is as a streamer, I'm having trouble with the tools. So I'm multi-streaming using StreamerBot. That's like the thing I'm using to stream on YouTube too right now. But the problem is sometimes there's a little bit of a delay, so YouTube won't go live. I have to kind of wait. It's weird. So I gotta like stop stream on YouTube, restart it, or I'll stop Twitch stream and restart it. So yeah. Yeah, of course. Well, just have a good time. That's my best piece of advice as someone who's going through it right now. Just have fun with it. Yeah, start with your phone, anything. Have you seen some of the bootleg setups of some streamers? I'm unusual. I have like somewhat of a setup because I kind of had a plan in mind of like, hey, I get to make my own room. I want to make it a stream room, you know? And so I did. I did that. That was me. That was all me. But yeah, just go for it. That's biggest piece of advice. Just do it. Don't let anyone stop you. Like the people who will stop you will say like, oh, like, or you'll get bots and you'll feel discouraged because people will chat with you and they turn out to be fucking bots disguised as chatters. That pissed me off. Growing, that pissed me off. Because I was like, oh, I thought you were a real person. Or they wanted me to do something. And I'm like, guys, I'm here for the vibes. Don't stop telling me to do stuff. So, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff, Alia. I love it. I love it. It's great. That's awesome. That's awesome. And I think I've also known of Twitch chatters who've also become streamers because they know the platform. So I think you also have a head up because you probably are more knowledgeable about being a Twitch chatter than me. I'm not really the biggest Twitch chatter. I'm not going to lie. I'm more of I'll watch Twitch on YouTube with the VODs. That's kind of me. I don't like watching live streams. I don't like watching VODs. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. We're still working out some things. Like the thing I tried out, which was like the ads thing. I felt like that was a big blunder on my part. I tried doing ads early just so I can get you guys used to it. And then if I made it big, you wouldn't have to worry about me changing ads because that's my format. But I think I'm still too small. I need to be more energetic. And I'm just like, why did I do that? Why did I monetize? Which I get pennies from, mind you. And kind of like do that to you guys. I felt like that was really bad on my part. So yeah, no more ads running, at least in the moment. We're chilling over here. We're having a good time over here. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, I'm surprised I chat in here. IRL, I'm not with my friends. Honestly, okay. I'm gonna be honest, I was the same way. In high school, I used to be like super active in like fandom Facebook group chats. I'd be commenting on everything, liking everything, messaging people. I'd be crazy. IRL, not peep. From like, I'll talk with friends or ex-friends, but for actual strangers or like acquaintances, I'd have such a hard time talking. Like it's weird. I forced myself I used to be very introverted. I forced myself to become the most introverted extrovert. And it's weird because I'm like, I like being by myself, but I'm also very social. Like if you start talking to me, I'll talk back and we'll have a good time. But I also sometimes like having time to myself, especially when I'm in social settings or doing my own thing or working, like talking about myself. I don't know if it's egotistical or whatnot, but if I talk about like my projects, my personal, that's how you can get me yapping for a while, you know? Yeah. Yeah. With friends versus without. Absolutely. Like you go see a good movie with me or a good anime. I will yap my head off. It is just talking and talking and talking and talking. It's just like, okay. It's okay. It's whatever. And I don't know. It's just something I have to get used to. Like someone even mentioned, because I was doing research on streaming on how to talk when you have no viewers. They recommended talking to yourself when you were driving. And I'm like, that's insane. Yeah, for me, it's superhero stuff. It's anime stuff. It's manhwa stuff. K-pop, K-dramas. Anything with like writing wise, in terms of like how a story unfolds or a big twist, I will go off. I will be talking hours on end on how I love something to death or hate something to death. Like get me in a car. If you mention, and I mean mention, anything to do with Black Clover, oh man, 9 hours, 9-hour recording sent to your phone. Yeah, horror. No, horror's fair. Like I'm not a horror guy, but I love horror elements in films. I think genuinely the best superhero films ever made have been made by horror directors. Just look at the Spider-Man films and Sam Raimi. Like Evil Dead, then did Spider-Man, and you could see the influence. And I actually think it made the Spider-Man films better for the Sam Raimi trilogy. Because like you have iconic scenes like the Doc Ock hospital scene, right? Yeah, by the way, I'm quiet in chat. I'm more comfortable when your friends are really kind. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. I also know it has to do with atmosphere too, right? Because there are times too where I get the vibes. Like the thing for me, and this is just a me thing, I don't like clicky. I don't like clicks. For me, whenever I've been in a friend group or a club, I've run clubs in college too before. I've always been one to make a point where I'm like, I will invite anyone to join. And if you join, I will make sure that you are comfortable. If you are not comfortable, I will pull you aside, talk with you one-on-one to saying, hey, like, I just want to make sure, just checking in. Are you good? You know, that's always been my mentality, is I think as long as everyone's having a good time and everyone's comfortable, we could do whatever we want, you know, crack any jokes we want, have fun, you know, because like you understand the vibes of said group, right? But then there are some times where it's like, it's a little bit harder because if there's already pre-established with groups, I've also been one to be sort of against that, where I know people who have their little cliques and will only talk to them and then be like mean to outsiders and strangers, you know? I'm not really a big fan of that. I think you should be friendly with everyone. I think you can get along with everyone. You're going to get along with people closer than other people, absolutely. But that's no reason to be like not friendly to other people, you know? And I'm not accusing George's chat of doing that. For George's chat in particular, what I will say is it does give me the vibes of like, sometimes you feel encouraged to type, sometimes you don't. And it's just one of those ones that doesn't encourage you, you know? I can't wait to see our animation. We have track 1 to do for the soundtrack. We'll have the bass done. I'm so emotional. Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Yeah, that'll be super exciting to see the final product. I'm super excited for you, Alia. Yeah, just let me know. That's also so sad how like I put it on the screen and you can't see the 2 emojis on screen. It's only the stars because I think it registers only those. Darn. That's the only problem with the plugin I use, the overlays. I think they don't have all the emojis registered. So that's kind of sad. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited. Anything with personal projects, if you're happy and you get a project done, I'm 100% supportive. I've always been this person. To be, as someone who's an artist, I understand the struggle. And just finishing a project, I think, should be given more credit than it is. Even bad movies. Like, you finish a movie, even if it's bad, if you put in time and effort and try to make it something, I'm going to acknowledge your efforts, you know? It is what it is. Yeah, I'm just a blob. I'm trying to say about his chat. They're really sweet, though. It's just me. No. I mean it as in, like, sometimes you feel encouraged to speak up, sometimes you don't. Because sometimes I will be in a conversation with 2 people and they're friends, they're mutual friends sometimes. And sometimes we'll move on to a conversation. Like I'll talk with them about anime and we're talking about this one show. And then they move on to like, say this obscure video game. And I'll kind of be quiet because I don't have anything to contribute because I don't know anything about that game, you know? So it depends. I've been one just to be like, I don't like clicks. I think I've always been one to make sure I invite everyone because I think the quiet people, if you can know them, are the biggest yappers. Because that's how I am. The most quiet people, if you get to know them and really be like forge a friendship with them, they'll yap their heads off. It's great. Especially if you find something that you both have in common, like you're a fan of like you both like The Flash, right? Or you both like Blue Beetle, or like you know, you're both big fans of the Doctor Doom, right? One little thing like that, boom, it's over. You're best friends for life. So it really depends. But I think the best friends I've had are the ones that have been quiet, and it's just because I reached out or put myself out there that we're friends to this day. So yeah, there's a lot of value out of it. And it's like, as long as you don't exclude people, I think it's for the better, right? Yeah, and that too. It could be that too. Or you're just dropping like PogChamp in chat or hype in chat, right? Like the emotes. That also does a lot. Yeah, and that's fine too, right? I know also some streamers too. I think you guys mentioned this before. George doesn't really interact with chat all too much because sometimes he'll play video games or do his own thing, right? Which is also a price to pay when you play video games, which is why I'm like trying to limit when I play Wuthering Waves, because I've been doing that lately. I'm limiting it to like sort of the last hour stream, because for the most part I want to interact with chat. Like that's why I like Doug. Doug does it so well when you can have fun with chat and have the chat interactions, you know? Yeah, I love learning about my viewers. I love learning about like what's going on, especially you guys are artists. That's dope. You know, you're being productive. You're adding something to the world. I think that's really cool, you know? Exactly what I do. Hee. Oh, he does that as a joke, they say? Oh, really? Oh, he does? That's the joke they say? Wait, what is it? Him playing video games or him talking to chat? Or he doesn't talk to chat? Because I did see someone say that when you guys rated me that first time. Someone said, George doesn't talk to chat like us. And also, why is this guy's chat so big? I saw that. That was crazy. Yeah, because I was still figuring out how to do things on my end, which was really funny. He plays war and ignores us because he's locked in. Oh, so he doesn't interact with chat because he's locked in. Understandable though. Understandable. I understand everything. But yeah, I mean, I also know streamers who don't like to interact with chat. They'll just play games and then people will just watch them play the game because they're good, right? I don't know. I just haven't been one to do that, especially if I'm gonna do IRL live streaming. I don't want to be that person who just plays a video game and is good at that video game, and people watch me for that video game as opposed to watching me for me, right? And the conversations I have, especially if I'm gonna do IRL live streaming, because I think if and this is an ambitious goal. If I want to be a big streamer or one of the biggest streamers, they're known for talking to chat and interacting with chat. I want to be known as that guy who interacts with chat and is the funny guy. The unfunniest funny guy, you know? And if I do IRL live streaming, I'm definitely going to have to amp that up for sure. Queso. Yeah, queso. Exactly. Yeah, he talks to chat the whole time. It's just them being silly. Yeah. Queso? Wait, is the one who talks to chat, is that George? Or is that Queso? Or both? Queso's crashing out. Is Hey Vance is yapping is my favorite two things to watch, really? That's good. That's good. Yeah, sometimes people are like, wait, you're watching this person stream and he's just yapping the entire time? I'm like, hey, sometimes that's the best content. It's just hearing what someone has to say, you know? George, yes? Oh, nice. Yeah, well, there we go. Well, George does that then. Or I like the thing where people were saying like, this guy's nice, unlike George. I'm like, dang, I don't even know who George is when you guys were rating me. But that was funny. I'm sure George is a nice person. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening, because I have a lot of plans, and like a thing I was working on too is just yapping. I don't yap in person. I don't yap IRL this much, but I've been trying to get good at it, and I think I have gotten better. So I'm on the right track. I just don't think I am completely there yet. But with time and practice, I feel like I'll eventually get there. You know what I mean? Yeah, Hey Vance should be a comedian, right? Okay. I haven't screen recorded a whole bit he posted on Instagram. Really? That's awesome. All right. I also have to do some research, so maybe I'll check out Hey Vance later. Yeah, because sometimes I'll listen to some of these streamers and I'm like, they're talking for hours and they can keep stories engaging. And I'm like, I can't do that. I'm just a dude in a blue shirt looking at a screen as chat goes by. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, my thing, I went back to my ex. That was a whole conversation about me going back to playing Genshin Impact and going back to DC because of the new Superman movie. Like, that was the extent of my story. I'm not really doing anything fun or interesting lately. I've just been working. So my job is forcing me. Honestly, it is tough. Don't get me wrong. Drains your social battery. Absolutely. But man, will it help you later? Especially with communication. Like I've seen just an uptick of like people around me are like weirded out by how much I talk now and how social I am. Like, for example, my job is a customer service related role where I have to talk to strangers pretty much my entire shift. And I remember I came back for my brother's graduation and I was greeting people as they entered the house, like all the guests, whether they were neighbors, which I didn't know, or his friends. I would let them in and just let them know what to do. And I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I greeting? I'm not the man of honor here. That's my brother. That's my younger brother. Why am I greeting people? It's just because of the force of habit. And so, yeah. Yeah, I listen to Hey Vance for hours because before he plays a horror game and I cry laughing. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that's also like a piece of advice too I heard too with streaming is like, Sometimes what you gotta do is you gotta chat, you gotta yap for like a good couple of hours, and then you play a game, right? Because then you condition them, you get them used to watching you before then, right? That's why I play Woo in the last hour, because I'm just like, yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. That's the goal here. But yeah, I don't know. I also like the biggest thing for me too is I need to start talking more about like things that come on the top of my head and less focus on like planning out what I'm gonna talk about. I gotta improv more because sometimes I feel like I run out of ideas. You know how I make new friends? I draw in a known cafe and people approach me and we're friends now. That's awesome. That's actually awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, if you are ever feeling lonely, this is a piece of advice for anyone. Best thing to do, find someone with similar interests, whether it's online or like public spaces, or like what you did is like you're drawing and people ask you questions. But I've seen like my friends, like I know them because we went to the same university, but we met because I joined a club. And it's just, we all were part of that club and we made a Discord and the rest was history. So, yeah. And we're super close too. We went from online friends, met on Discord, to straight up meeting in person, and then our friendship evolved. So, yeah. That was cool. I was really dope with them. Like, I thank them for being my friend because I know I'm awesome, but, you know, they didn't have to be my friend. I also think myself, I didn't have to be their friend either. But yeah, no, just put yourself out there, start a hobby, especially if it's like a productive one. Like, even if you're doing like something like communications, finances, you're doing like, you're a part of a law firm. If you do fun things like, hey, I like to draw, I like to read books, you know, find those communities, join them, find those Discords and start yapping. You'll have a better time. You will absolutely will. And the more that you can talk to strangers and get comfortable talking to strangers, I think that is a skill people need to learn, is communication. Because if you can learn to talk to anyone, that is huge. That is huge in the real world. Because people will talk highly of you, speak highly of you. And that will do wonders with business relationships. It will do wonders with like family friends. If you have family friends come over with your family, just friends in general, you'll grow your circle and you'll have more people that support you, and that will do wonders for your mental health. It's great. Like at work, I just started talking more and people were like, whoa, this is crazy. This guy's actually chill. I'm like, I was always chill. What do you mean I wasn't chill? And it's because I started talking more. Yeah, funny. The two girls I'm talking to are lawyers who approached me. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and it's like, oh, there can be so much crossover, right? Where it's like, oh, I'm a lawyer, but I also like anime, or I like horror stuff, or I like illustrations, right? Like people have hobbies outside of their jobs, and I think more people should do that. Bro, I can mask for a TV interview, my face shows everything. But my face shows everything. I can mask for a TV interview. What are we talking about specifically? Are you talking about how like you like just put yourself out there, or what are you referencing? What you mean mask? Are you like Batman or something? That'd be cool if you'd be Batman. I wouldn't be surprised, Elia, if you were Batman. Like if he took off the cowl and it was actually you in disguise. Boop, boop, boop. Also, why did the music stop? I forgot. I was showing the video. I forgot to resume the music. I'm like, why is it dead space right now? Here, let me throw on the music again. There we go. So there's less empty space too. That's my cheat too. When I like don't know what to say, I just play like music and let the music just play in the back, you know? I also feel like a lot of streamers, like the big ones, also have people to bounce off of. So it's like, okay. Oh, autistic masking when you have to act like normal people. Well, that's also... Okay. Here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with that. And let me tell you why. you have to act normal in public, especially with strangers, because you have to get a feel for people. I think that is completely normal. Everyone does it. I feel like if you're out of the gate, just like, oh, here's my real personality, you're gonna turn off people, even if they would vibe with that, because they're like, this person's way too extroverted, and I'm an introvert, right? I think that's the way to do it. You get a feeling for it, and then when you open up based on your interests, then you get a little bit more comfortable. You know what I mean? I'll be the laziest Batman, Lamau. I think you'd be a fine Batman, Alia. Or, because you're already Warrior Oos. Like, Warrior Oos donning the Batman mantle, I can see it. I can picture it in my head, okay? I don't know how it is in America, but I can't handle people are materialistic. I can't. It's so common in Dubai. Yeah, well, like, here's the thing. With materialistic people, I mean, it's the same in America. It just depends on where you are. So this is kind of... Here's my little rant about California. My home state, which I moved away from. California, you're going to get what's coming to you. So, California, I hate a huge component of Californian culture. And that is what you're saying, materialistic. Because everything there is fake. Like social media, your friends, your status, everything is fake. And it's like, oh, if you're, we pretend to care about you, but we don't. That is very much a California thing. You go to another state like Florida for me, the reason why I prefer Florida over California is one, the prices. Yeah, because I'm not drowning in expenses. But two, it's because there's too many fake people. And if you go to Florida, people are more real. And if people want to be your friend, it's because they want to be your friend. It's not because they see some benefit they can get from you. And once, you're no longer useful to them, you're no longer their friend. It's weird. My power is laziness. I think Dubai is like LA. You have the sweetest people and the opposite, no middle. Yeah. Well, again, not all of them are bad. I do have friends who are in California who feel the same way as me. Like, because I grew up. They feel the same way where it's very fake. It just depends on who you talk to. Yeah, and some of the friends you talk to actually are from AZ. They're Arizona, which is where I went to school. So you have Arizona people and you have California people are chill. Arizona is much more chill than California too. But yeah, the LA types, I'm also from Northern California, so that's like San Francisco. They're also kind of fake because it's all the Silicon Valley tech types over there. It's like, yeah, not really the biggest fan. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that's why Florida, I'm in Orlando. Florida's dope. Florida, you may have miserable weather and bugs galore. But my goodness, the people are so chill. Especially because I'm in sort of like the big part of Orlando, which is like a lot more chill, liberal, more art accepting people. So I think that's awesome. Yeah, but Dubai, my good friends also avoid those. Yeah, well, that's also a good thing is like you can also spot who your friends are and like can filter them out accordingly, right? Yeah, because I hate the mentality that people have where it's like, unless I can gain something from you, I'm not going to be your friend. Or unless you support me unconditionally, I will not be your friend. Right? They want yes men. They want yes people. I don't like that. I think that's weird. Yeah, nice. Is this crazy as media portrays? XD? Oh. Well, considering LA is always... There's something always happening in LA. It's so tragic. Every single time you turn on the news. Yeah. LA is crazy. The thing is with LA, though, LA is huge. People underestimate the size of LA. LA is like one... They consider areas, not LA, on the outskirts to be part of LA. It's a big city. So that's why there's a lot of news about it. But yeah, I've been to LA a couple of times. It's been chill. Overpriced for sure. But there are good people over there. There's a lot of hardworking people, but then there's also a lot of fake people. So, like you said, you just gotta be wary. Like keep your senses. Have a keen eye to who is really wanting to be your friend and who doesn't, right? They picked me. like a Pokemon, to be honest. I got so hurt by people avoiding new friendships. Oh, I mean Florida. Oh, Florida. So, surprisingly, no. I think Florida is much more chill than California. Like, honestly, because I mean, I'm still exploring the state. I've only been here a couple years. But I've been to Orlando. I've been to Fort Lauderdale. I've been to Daytona. I've been to Tampa. And then I've been to not Miami, but the city above it. I think it's Fort Lauderdale, I want to say. But so far, what I've seen, Tampa was the only one I was a little bit sketched out by. I'm not going to lie. But everything else I thought was chill. Like, it seemed fun. Sun was out. People were walking around having a good time. I don't think Florida is as crazy. I think I have to go to the more unpopulated parts, not the big cities. The ones where, like, you know, it's a lot more redneck country types. I think that's the crazy parts of Florida. I just think I haven't been over there. I think more time in Tampa, I would have seen it, maybe. So, there's a YouTuber I follow. He made videos about weird Florida news and people. Yeah, well, it's a mixed bag. I think it just depends on where you are. Because if you're in, like, next to the theme parks, which is all, like, tourist areas, like, that's what Orlando is. It's like conventions and tourists. It's really chill. You just have to deal with a lot of people coming in who don't know how to drive. But yeah, outside of it, I still need to explore more. But so far, I've been having some great experiences. Some really nice people here and there. Just from what I've been talking about, because everyone, it's like I'm sure with where you're from, it's like you'll have areas where it's like, oh yeah, this is like sort of like a safe area for us. Like you can relax a little bit, right? Because there's lots of people around, very popular cafe destinations or whatnot, right? You go to some of the sketchy outskirt like parts and you sing a different tune. That's how I feel about Florida. Yeah, memeable stuff. Yeah, no, there are a lot of weird things about Florida. Like, one thing I had to get used to is dispensaries. There's like a crazy amount in Arizona because they just legalized it, but then also Florida has like a lot. Much more so than California. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. It's been good. For me, because I also am like starting a full-time job, the big thing for me with Florida is it's been cost saving. I've been saving like a huge amount on expenses. And as someone who appreciates not being like, not having to live paycheck to paycheck, I think that makes me extremely happy that I don't have to deal with that. Plus my job is nice and gives me a lot of perks because I'm a preferred employer. So I get discounts on a lot of things, which I didn't know. And it's good to know and good to have. Especially with healthcare and stuff. So, yeah, this cafe we go to, it's a car cafe, but the community is really cool. Oh, that's dope. That's awesome. See, that's cool. If anything, my college city, even though I started to fall in love with it after I graduated, it was really sketchy. And there were a lot of things where it's like, okay, we need to get out of here. This is not cool. So I guess it really depends on where you are. I honestly too, so is it so expensive? Expats, if you go to other Emirates, it's way cheaper. Really? Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. That's also like a tough part, is like you have to know where to go because some places will be cheaper than others. Some will be more expensive. Especially if you're working on a budget, you know? I remember too. So I'm going to be honest here. I did not care about finances growing up because I come from a well-off middle-class family. That's kind of my background here. But one of the things I wanted to do as a person especially with 2 younger brothers, to set an example, is I wanted to go financially independent by the time I turned 25. I am 24. My birthday's in February. And so something I've been working on, and I told this to my parents, is I want to be financially independent. And I, right now, so far, have done a great job of not using the credit card they gave me for their accounts. And I haven't used it in 9 months. So, yeah. So, as local salaries, benefits, and salaries, free healthcare, amazing insurance. Ooh, nice. 7 Emirates. So, people work in Dubai but live. So, they probably live in for their budget, right? So, it's better to save outside since you're not living in Dubai and you just suffer from the commute, right? That's the big thing. Because that's what I had to factor in. Yeah. You're my little bro. I'm 32. Oh, that's dope. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm still young. I'm still young, but I'm still doing good. Which is weird because I feel like I'm now going to get in age. Like once I hit 25, I'm going to be like, uh-oh. I'm halfway to 30. I'm like halfway done with my 20s. Like that's going to be crazy. But yeah, like that's kind of been like my goal though. It's just trying to like focus on trying to be a little bit more responsible, especially because I have 2 younger brothers. And if I could set a better example for them on like someone who's been out of college, who's graduated, that is living on his own without relying on his parents that have been supporting him. Granted, it is proven to be difficult because I want to buy things I cannot afford. You know, I have to tell myself no. I have to budget. Sometimes I'll make a big expense and then have to like plan out how I can recover that money, right? But yeah, it's all for the sake of becoming a better person. And that's why I want to stream too, because like as much as I wanted to get money from Twitch, I have a full-time job. I just want to do this for fun now. Like this is an outlet for me. Yeah, thank you, Alia. I appreciate it. And don't worry, I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna remember this because let it be known too, if I make it big, I know who my first sub was. I knew who the first person who kept coming back was. It was you, Alia. So I'm gonna make sure to shout you out if I make it big. You know, don't worry, I won't forget you. Hopefully you'll still be watching too, or better yet, if you end up streaming too, that'd be dope. You know. Yeah, we'll be 2 streamers. Yeah. It's an amazing goal. Thank you. I don't know. I've always been like, maybe it's also because there was a period in my life where I was feeling down. Like this is something for me. I've never been suicidal. I felt sad. I felt down before. And this is not to like downplay suicide or self-harm, right? But I've never been one to be at that point, but I know what it's like to be sad and to have those really bad moments in your life. And so that's what my goal has been with streaming, is like prioritizing self-worth, promoting self-worth, having a good time, good vibes, you know, right? Yeah, thank you, Alia. So it's a sensitive topic. It's rough. Like content creators go through it all the time, but artists go through it all the time. Because we're very reflective, you know, about messaging and stuff. But as long as you focus on what matters, you know, and just stay positive and just have a good attitude about things, you know, you just keep going. Because if you can have a positive attitude and help those around you, and you make the world a better place. And I feel like we downplay that a lot. Something as simple as helping someone out who coworker, friend, family member. You're making the world a better place. Doesn't matter how small the contribution is, you are automatically. And we just have to remind ourselves that, you know? Like this is our conversation right now. Like you supported me, Alia. I think it's great. Like you're making the world a better place by helping me out. I think that's dope. Or anyone watching, anyone lurking right now, if you're watching this or watching this after the fact, right, on YouTube, Like, I think you guys are helping out too. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Alia. Thank you. Yeah, and I feel like there's, like, as much as I even thought about being edgy and doing edgy content on my channel, which I'll make a couple jokes, but of course I'll make them tasteful. But I just feel like we need more positivity online, especially nowadays with Kick blowing up, right? Yeah. And I know a lot of people who have felt that way. That's the scary part. I know a lot of people who have felt that way and have had really low moments. But you gotta make sure you're there for them. But also, yeah. Because it's a tough world out there. It's an ever-changing world. Geopolitical climates change all the time. People change all the time. Friendships change. You can go from enemies to friends. You know, someone who you thought you didn't like, and you meet them, talk with them, and then you're like, hey, you're actually pretty chill. Or straight up, you lose friends. And that's heartbreaking if you lose friends. That's tough. That's a tough one. I've had to make that decision before because I've had friends become really toxic and just not good people. And I've tried to help them out and they just would not listen. So I'm like, you know what? You don't deserve my time or energy. I'm cutting you off. Now, I didn't say that to them. I just did. And it sucks because I did have good moments with them. And I wanted them to get along with everyone. But, you know, sometimes you can't help it. But as long as you are authentic, you're genuine, and you help the people around you, I think you're doing some good in the world. And I think everyone should. Like, if you make something great, you know, like, that's why I love, you know, video games. I love movies. Because, like I told you, my favorite thing, when you walk out of a movie and you walk out a different person, you walk out changed, the movie has done its job. The video game has done its job, you know? Where if you can resonate, it doesn't have to be every single time. Sometimes it's not for everyone, right? But one person, if you change their worldview with one movie, one person, you know, that's pretty big. Or help them create a great moment. Like, they're a family outing. They go see this movie and they have a great time laughing, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, so. And I think also, it's also really cool to be in this position where this is like streaming is a very new industry. Let's be honest with ourselves. Like, as much as you could stream back then, I think over COVID, it got ramped up. But now I think, so we had the pre-streamer age before COVID. We had streamers blow up because of COVID and become huge. Some of the biggest ones became huge because of streaming. Now you have this other wave that came at the tail end of COVID. And then now you have, like, now COVID's completely over. Now you have, like, the people like me who are, like, in this new landscape where now we have third parties like Kick growing. And so now we have the big three. I'm calling it the big three streaming: YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And I'll be honest, like, it's almost like this is my freaking One Piece reference here. It's like the three emperors. I know there's four emperors, but I'm calling it the three emperors, or the big three when it comes to One Piece, you know? Like the big three anime. That's a better example. Let me say the big three of anime, where you have the big three platforms. And I'm going to side with the two. I'm not going to side with the evil faction, not the dark faction. No. By the way, we're making merch and stuff. I love to gift you a piece of everything. Really appreciate your support, man. No, I appreciate it, Alia. That actually sounds dope. Yeah. Well, just keep it up. Also, keep it up too. Yeah, I want to support as many people as I can in this life, you know? Like, to be responsible, like, I've always thought too, the biggest flex anyone could have is not only being successful, but like helping someone become successful too in their own right. Cause you're like, hey, I helped, you know, like, your happiness is my happiness. And I think people forget that. Some people get caught up. It's like, no, my success is the only thing that matters. And it's like, no. Like, I want to be happy for my friends if I'm the big one or if they're the big ones, you know? So, like, I told my friends, if they start businesses and stuff, I'll stream. I'll go to their businesses and give them that support. I think that'd be fun. Like fun IRL streams, just saying hi to them. Because I'm like, hey, if we all become successful, that's dope. And I think that's how you make the world a better place too. Is if you have more successful people that are good and ethical, the world becomes a better place. The issue isn't rooting out the bad people, because you can. They'll just get replaced with more bad people. It's just help encourage the good people, the good ethical people, to rise up and become successful, right? And if you're at the top of the industry or top of the world, you can make the best change and the most positive changes. And your connections can help make that change happen, right? Yeah. Exactly. And that's why I will never do a gambling stream. That's why I turned off ads, because I want to help the viewers. And I don't believe in it. I'm going to put community first. That's my vow as a streamer right now. I'm going to vow to all of you watching. You guys will be my number one. I will put you guys above profits. I will probably, like, if it's like a sponsorship that I don't agree with, I will not promote it. I'll look out for you guys. If it's something that I will use, a product that I think it will be good, I'll give you guys. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Alia. Yeah, we need credit. Thank you. That means a lot. Like, that really does. And that just motivates me to stay on the right track. Because I also feel like if you get big enough, sometimes you start off with like doing the right thing, but then you become so big that like you lose sight of who got you where you were, and they get lazy and they get complacent, and it's like I hate streamers that scam their viewers, because it's like, is that how you repay your community? That's awful, you know? Yeah, keep ads when we're happy, when we're making money. I'm not making money though. That's why I took it off. I'm making like pennies. That's why I'm like, it's not worth it. I'm gonna wait till I'm bigger, then I'll do ads, because then I'm actually paid a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, being honest with their sponsorships. Well, have you heard of like all these crazy sponsors of them not doing research, and then they get like even good, well-meaning creators, like with Honey, the whole Honey scandal, the whole one with the becoming a lord was a scam. Like, it's bad out there. Or creator products overpricing their items and then selling it. Because let's be honest, creators that are creating their own products usually are just teaming up with a third-party company, and then they're basically using their name recognition for advertising. And that's why they get profits. So you gotta be careful. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like Raid Shadow Legends, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna. No Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. I will do like Boxu, because I got Boxu. I would love to do a Boxu one, because one, it's like anime, it's Japanese snacks, that can ship worldwide. But I like it because like CDog VA's done it. I'm a big fan of him. But I've also ordered it for my brother for his birthday, because he's big into anime too, and he loved it. I have for my mom too for Christmas. Because I'm like, hey, you like Asian snacks? I got you. And I was able to ship it too to the address, because I don't live at home. I live out of state. Yeah, of course, too, since I'm making a brand. Don't get me started on that. It's so bad. Are you talking about like the all the scams? Like the crypto scams also. Like the tokens. Oh my god, the tokens. Oh. Yeah. Oh, the Raid Shadow Legends ads. They're kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, gamer subs I would do. I'm be honest here. Gamer subs I would do, unless I find something wrong with it when I team up with them. Because gamer subs, I've had gamer subs. Yeah, it's unhealthy, but I do drink it on stream, and I'll give, like, you know, like we're gamers. We like to drink the sweet stuff. And some of the streamers I look up to do sponsorships, so that's also going to be my metric too. Is like just watching and seeing which creators sponsor which item, and then basing off what I do. Yeah, raid sponsorships are funny. Yeah, they really are. Are creators pretending they make a product? Yeah. Yeah, like what is it? We've had like shoes before. We've had moisturizer for streamers. We've had cookies. I know the big controversy was Pokemon cookies. I'm like, Like as much as I love to dogpile on someone who's acting bad, I do feel for Pokimane because even though they are overpriced, I think that was ridiculous of her. Pokimane does not deserve that much hate. It's because she's one of the biggest female streamers, and I think a lot of people, there's a lot of incels out there, like a huge incel community that hates her guts just for being a woman and a big streamer. Because there are some dog shit products from other creators that just don't get the same level of hate that her cookies did. Her cookies were just overpriced. That was the big thing, which is annoying. But you didn't have to like say, you disappointed me. Like, it's bad. Yeah, they treat creators too well. Yeah, same YouTubers and streamers watch gamer types. She called a viewer. Okay, that was bad. That was bad of her. No, I'm talking about with the overpriced stuff. They were like sending her death threats. And like, I'm like, okay, guys, that's a little bit of an overreaction. Yeah, that part was not cool. I forgot about that. But I just feel like it was like she also got a lot of hate because of stuff. I'm sure she also apologized too. I probably would have to look it up, but I'm sure also there's like a lot of context too behind like people were trash talking her in chat and then, you know, clipped out of context, you know, farmed for likes. So I just want to make sure we're careful with like our criticisms here. Because again, I think it's valid, but yeah. Well, okay. But here's the thing. That's what I said though. Is like, it's not that I don't think she deserves the criticism. I just think there's some overreaction from some people that I don't think is warranted. Like her comments on like, oh, like we need to like, she's part of like the working or not working class. What was it? It was like, yeah, I know how you guys feel, but like she has like all this money and stuff. That stuff's out of touch. I will agree there. Where she's like, if she calls people poor and she's in a position of privilege, that's not a good move. You're right. That's not okie dokie. Especially because a lot of people are like working. Yeah. Valkyrie, I like Valkyrie and Lily. Yeah. And Toast. Yeah, Toast is great. A lot of offline TV people I love. Yeah. Yeah, offline TV's dope. Yeah, well, I just don't like the hate camp going on with some creators. I think it's kind of cringe, not gonna lie, because it's just like there's criticism saying, hey, don't do this. And then there's I hate your guts, die every time something happens. And they use the momentum of the criticism to dogpile. I don't agree with that. Because I've seen people in real life too mess up. They get dogpiled, and the dogpiling is like way too much of an over exaggeration. You know what I mean? Like it's bad. Like I've had people like say things and do things to people, and I'm like, you're just as bad as this perpetrator here. Like they're no saint, but like you guys don't have to do this. Why are you doing this? Right? So yeah, or she's pretty. Yeah. Yeah. And I will agree, though, there are simps. I think simps do need to be held accountable, especially on the online space, who will defend her and her wrongs and validate everything she does. I think that is worth criticism, too. I think there's just two sides here that it's just not a good look. You know what I mean? That's just my thing. Again, I don't watch Pokimane. The most I've watched is a lot of clips from offline TV when she's in it. On YouTube, I don't really watch offline TV. I know about them enough where I know their members, like Toast. I watched a couple of Toast streams, but I've mostly been actually on Ludwig. Like, I've watched more Ludwig streams and his group. I've watched T-Dog-VA. Yeah. I watch more of those kind of crowds. Yeah, exactly, because they're doing the same. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough to... Here's the thing. I think in this day and age, the toughest thing right now is to be fair to both sides. You know what I mean? Like, because on one hand, it's like criticism is warranted, but on the other hand, that is not criticism. That's an overreach. To say both, people will look at you crazy. Like, you have to choose a team. Like, it's a sports team. It's like, no. It's called being, like, having an opinion, you know? Like, being genuine with, like, what you really think. Instead of, like, following the leader, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that's a very normal take to have, Alia. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I think also like I think she's also like one of the drama channels, so it's like I feel like every time I see her, it's like live stream fails or whatever that she got clipped out of context or something, right? So she's just, and she knows it. She knows it and she gets views from it, right? It actually benefits her more than not. So it's like, okay. You gotta pick your battles here. Because sometimes it's like it doesn't really do anything and it's just such a nothing burger, right? So the people need to let it go, and then people also need to be a little bit more honest with what she does, right? At the end of the day, that's like my stance on it. But you're right. I just like to be careful with, like, I don't want to get too involved with drama channels. Especially because a lot of streamers are known for that. I don't want to be clipped out of, like, for what I do, out of context, this awful thing. I want to be clipped in context for doing the right thing. Like, oh, look at this, what this person did. He's awesome. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, what ends up saying, did you know I don't watch her? I used to see her tweets on Twitter for you. Twitter, yeah. I call it, you know what I'm calling it now? Because it's now X, according to Elon Musk, which is dumb. So we said X Twitter. So that's what we call X Twitter. But I'm gonna say, like, because if you replace the T with an X and the X is silent, call it Witter. I'm gonna call it Witter from now on. Because that's all it is. It's not old Twitter, it's just Witter. Yeah, but Witter is yeah, Witter has just been controversy, clips. I follow Kai Cenat, like his fan page of Kai Cenat that just posts his clips of what he does, which is all events and stuff. That's usually what's popular on Witter. But I also, I just like Witter, at least for the art posts and the like, little small groups I'm a part of. And then also CDogVA will post like his schedule for streaming, and he will interact the most on there. Which is what I'm trying to do. Is trying to make it a platform for me to do that. Yeah, I found Lily from Michael Reeves, her boyfriend. I'm just lazy nerd. Watch people build things instead of making them. Yeah. Well, Michael Reeves is just built different. Michael Reeves is so funny. Like, did you see his scooter? Like his self-driving scooter? I didn't watch his other one. But I thought his self-driving scooter was like insane. That he built. That was kind of illegal, which he even mentioned. And I thought it was so funny. Yeah, Michael Reeves is awesome. I think they actually have one of the most wholesome relationships in all of YouTube. Is Michael Reeves and Lily. Yeah, because Lily's sweet and Michael is Michael. You know what I mean? you know how he is. I deactivated. I missed the queso clips. Yeah. Oh, wait, did you deactivate your Twitter, or was it TikTok? Because I wouldn't blame you for either. That's the thing. Both of them have turned to shit for the most part. There's some, yeah, that's sad. I'm sorry to hear that, but valid though. Yeah, Witter's just insufferable right now. He's a menace. He really is. Yeah, have you seen his Minecraft? Someone did. I did see the one. I don't watch Queso, but I did see a video of him reacting to an animated Minecraft video of his, which was pretty funny. Okay, Witter. Yeah. I'm calling it Twitter because people are like, is it X? Is it Twitter? I'm like, no, it's Twitter. Also, I looked up the definition of Twitter. So fun fact, I also feel like this is like a 2000 IQ brain move. So what is the meaning of the word Twitter? To talk for a long time about things that are not important. That is Twitter in a nutshell. Sorry, Twitter is when you just lots of tweets, lots of messages, does not mean jack shit. That's what Twitter is. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it work for people who are on Twitter or people who want to follow my announcements for like big events and streams if I become bigger. That's why I'm still using Twitter. Cause I have a Blue Sky Social. Let's be honest, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. They just need more people to go over there and interact there, but yeah. Jinxie and Sketch, yeah. That's him with Sketch and Jinxie. Yeah, is he a witter? Is that what he is? Like to talk a lot. I mean, that's, let's be honest, that's most just chatting streamers. It's just, we're all witters. At the end of the day, we'd like to talk about things that don't really matter in the grand scheme of the universe. Like, yeah, I've been seeing their updates from my favorite DJs. By the way, you're getting replies late. Yeah, I know there's a little bit of a delay. I know. It could be a little bit later. I don't know. It could be my internet too. Yeah. Don't worry. I know. Oh, drop frames. 150, 41. Oh boy. Could also be because I kept messing with like start streaming, stop streaming multiple times, just trying to get YouTube up and running earlier. That's why I started 10 minutes late, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, if you want my analogy to my friends on what the state of Twitter is the rumbling. You are just a random civilian on the ground and Twitter is like coming up to you. Like they're marching towards you. It's over. The Minecraft clip is collab. Queso, Sketch, and Jinxie. Yes. Yeah, I did see that. It was funny. Yeah, I love them. They're great. By the way, if you want to know what song this is a perfect time to plug it since there's a little bit of a pause. This is actually OST radio from the new Mario Kart World. So that's pretty dope. So I'll throw it in chat for all of you. Boop. Yeah, Queso's energy is unmatched. It truly is. Wait, hold on. Chat tooltips to agree. Hold on. If I go to chat. Like if I go to chat right now, right? Because right now I'm trying to send the link, but it won't let me. So I think what I have to do is I have to, oh my gosh. Oh, there we go. Chat. There we go. Indomitable, I miss Shadow. I miss my wife tails. What are you talking about, guys? What's going on here? What do you guys think you're doing? Indomitable, are you trying to sabotage my stream again? Is that what you're trying to do here? Dang, it's not letting me change this. All right, we're going to figure this out later. Sorry, I took a little bit of pause there. Yeah, don't worry about it. Of course. You guys, seriously? I love causing chaos. You really do. Oh, great. The game I wanted to play. Okay, I need to update. That's fun. All right. Maybe we're not doing that. Maybe we'll just chat this stream. Hey, I'm going to try something real quick. Let's do this. Manage goal. Okay. Done. I have so many plugins. What the heck? I'm looking at my Twitch right now. It's crazy. I feel so weird looking at like everything, all the metrics and stuff. All right, let me go back to OBS real quick. Yeah. Speaking of Shadow, here's the thing. Is anyone excited for a potential Shadow show that they're announcing? Someone said for Sonic 3, what they should do, like the Knuckles show, is have a Shadow spin-off show and have Agent Stone co-star in it. And quite honestly, probably that is an amazing idea. And I think they should do it. Like a Shadow-centric show. Imagine it's like the anti-heroes. He's going on like a revenge quest or something. Going against like corrupt gun agents or something. That'd be dope. For a show premise? Yeah. And then you could also, people are like, I don't know. Do you think they should introduce Rouge the Bat in the Shadow show, or should they work on just doing the movies, right? Introducing her in the movies, because we'll see. Because maybe the budget will make it not look good for Rouge. Yeah. Oh my gosh, if only. I'd love that. Yeah. Yeah, just more Sonic content for the big screen. Who wouldn't love that, right? The Bat. The Batman. The Batwoman. Yeah, a little tired. I love this though. Like seeing the red and blues, it's like, hey, two different chats going on. It's fun. Yeah, so just a heads up, everyone. I was going to be playing Woowa later today, but unfortunately, it seems like there was a massive update and I forgot to update my game. So we will not be streaming Woowa tonight. We will be doing that on Friday at the end of stream. So that's kind of sad. But hey, that's how it works here. That's how it is. That's how it is. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So sorry for people lurking. Sorry for people in chat. I know. Woowa. That was great. Yeah, series and team Chaotix for the movie. Yeah, Chaotix. Well, Chaotix for the Knuckles season 2, right? That's what we want, right? Yeah, get the bee in there. Get the alligator. Get the what's the other one? The armadillo, right? Yeah. Honestly, there was a time where I wasn't excited for the Sonic movie. I was cautiously optimistic. And after watching the first one, oh, it was great. The Wade and the Chaotix. Dude, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. It's Wade. It's Wade Whipple. Movie. Yeah. No, the Sonic... Okay. I think the Sonic movies just need to... The only thing I'm worried about is they need to take their time. I think the third one didn't do too much, and I think that's why it was really good. Don't do too much with the movie. Wade Origins. Imagine a movie called Sonic Wade Origins. Or Knuckles Wade Origins. I'm so glad they got him for 3, though. I'm glad that they're like, no, he's a staple in this universe. He's going to show up in a cameo role and have a pretty important role at that for Wade. I'm glad that they were able to fit him in, and it was very fitting, too. Yeah. They just need to keep it up. They need to keep it up. Chameleon, the armadillo's their friend. Okay. It's a chameleon. Okay. My apologies. It's one or the other. Yeah. SBO, Charmy, and Vector. Yeah. Imagine... Okay. Who would be friends with Wade first? Would it be SBO, Charmy, or Vector? I think Vector is a Wade fan. Him and Wade would get along so well. Oh, and plus... Wade's a sheriff. Wade's a cop. So, detective. There we go. There's your detective plot line. Right? In Green Hills. There you go. Like, a mysterious disappearance of people. Oh, or, you know, it'd be pretty hype? A mysterious disappearance of characters going on in Green Hills. And they have to go investigate. And at the end, you could just throw in, like, a cameo character of, like, hey, a new Sonic character shows up. You know? That's who's been sealing everyone. You do something fun like that. Or throw in some more wacky villains from the Sonic lore. Or pull from the comics, you know. They could do that too. Also, I have to say, loving the patriotism in chat. look at the chat right here on the side. You have red, white, and blue. America, where I was made. The birthplace of Seyorias. Charmy is such a brat and will nag Wade 24/7. And that's where the fun begins. Yeah, I can already see the chemistry doing well. And the writers have been surprisingly competent. That was like a big worry for like 3 is like the writers would like get lazy, but no. American Aureus. All right. I thought you were going to say something cool like Sayo America. Like, be a part of Sayo America. You know, we have Sayo Fast Food. We have Sayo Burgers and Sayo French Fries. Yeah. Okay, the one time... Here's the thing. Because we talked about sponsorships earlier. The one time I will sell out, absolutely, I will be unabashedly, like, lying to you guys about health risks. Will be McDonald's. If I get a Seyorias sponsored McDonald's meal and it's just straight up loaded with sugar, I don't care. I'm doing it with McDonald's. Like McDonald's, I love McDonald's to death. We stand McDonald's here. I'm a big McDonald's fan. Taco Bell will have to work for my love. Taco Bell will, but McDonald's has my heart. The McOreus, yes. Yeah, the Sayo burger from McDonald's. Yeah, you like okay. Question: What would be on your burger if you guys could invent a burger for McDonald's? What would be on that burger, right? Because for me, it would be like your normal burger, and then I'd do something weird. Like I'd throw on like pickles, mustard. Let's just do something fun like pineapple or something crazy, you know? Like pineapple, I don't know, maybe like a celery. Just something insane that I know no one would eat, but it's so insane that it's like, yeah, that sauce from the BTS meal. Dude, the BTS meal. as someone who stands BTS, one of the best things ever. I'm boycotting McDonald's. Valid. Valid, Alia. That's fair. But I would do something that would be like, so like I would force only my fans to enjoy it, and my fans would buy it. Yeah. If I invent a burger, it'd be juicy and flavorful. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Probably like, it'll be what would we call it? We probably call it the oos burger. And then your punchline would be, it'd be like full of grease, right? Every bite you take is just flavorful with the right amount of salt, you know? Yeah, I support the Seyo burger. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. See, I would too, but I would feel so bad for anyone who ordered it, because people are like, oh, what's this Seyorias guy? Is like, why is he doing a collab with McDonald's? And they try it, and it's like, it's straight up just not edible. That's my burger. You buy it out of loyalty to me, not because of the taste. That's the Seyo burger. Yeah, there'd be a ton of mayonnaise though. I'd be like Seyo mayo. I love my herbs, like the McRib. Yeah. Yeah, just like the McRib. Yeah. And sauces. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, I would love to do a BTS like meal, like the sauce, or the Minecraft meal. The Minecraft meal, actually, the sauces were pretty good. Like, honestly, maybe burgers are difficult. What kind of sauce? I'd probably do sweet and spicy sauce. That would be my thing. It tasted like rubber. Well, how would you know what rubber tastes like, Indomitable? What are we over here, munching on tires? So that's what's happening over here? Yeah. The other place... Okay. UV and rubber. The other place I'd love to do a collab on. Because I think McDonald's has great collabs. Yeah, hey, if Pokemon wants to hit me up. I know I'm not a Pokemon streamer, but Pokemon wants to hit me up and give me some free items to help promote their new game or new line of cards or new generation, I would not be opposed to it. I think Pokemon is amazing. I chewed on erasers. Oh, okay, valid. That's valid. I'll create the new sauce. Okay. I'm going to task you with that, Alia. You got this. Pokemon Seyorias. Seyo and Orius version. That's a good one. That's a real good one. You managed to fit my name in both. I'm proud of you, Indomitable. You have my salute. Yeah. Pokemon SNO. Yeah, Indomitable high five. Same. Yeah. Yeah, who hasn't... See, I didn't chew on erasers as a kid. What I did... And call me a psychopath all you want. So, you know pencils, right? And mechanical pencils. My favorite thing to do was I loved to stab my holes in my erasers. Or break off pieces of my erasers and color it in lead. That's what I'd love to do. I wouldn't pay attention in class. I would just do that. That was my thing. I love dismantling mechanical pencils or pens and breaking erasers. Did that too. Well, now you can't steal my stuff in Donball. That you're lying. You're just you're plagiarizing. Trying to steal that from me. How dare you? I called it first. I did that thing. You ate the weirdest shit as a kid. That's good to know. Well, have you guys... Wait, did you guys know about the free gum under desks growing up? That you could just take? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The free gum under desks. I remember one time I was like about to take a test, and I don't know, I like playing around with stuff under desks. I remember putting my hand under a desk, like feeling like the metal pole because it's cold, and I touched gum. I was like, ew, oh man, what is that? Oh, whoa. Like the gum under the desk is like that. Touching the texture and feeling it, it's bad. Even if it's dried, it's gross. Yeah, I wasn't even that big of a germaphobe as a kid, and yeah, I look back on it and I'm just like, yeah, that was nasty. That was not cool. Yeah, or I had people, I knew kids who would put pens up their noses. I'm like, what are you doing? They were insane. I was like, this is crazy. Why are you doing this? I've also known people who have so the biggest thing too, the biggest injury I've seen is people would accidentally stab themselves. So there's this one girl I knew growing up, and she had her pencil, so she would like rock back and forth in her chair. Every kid loved to do this. Every kid. They'd just be like, okay. I can't believe I just mogged that. But yeah, so people would like to rock their things back and forth. So the desk was like underneath, they had space. That's how our desks worked. We had like it was a metal desk, but on top was wooden, and then you could put binders and stuff underneath. And I remember this girl was telling me one time she had her pencil sticking out like this, like torture, Final Destination type shit. And what she would do is she'd be rocking back and forth like this. And she told me one time she went like this and went, stabbed herself. Had to get taken to the hospital. And granted, she transferred into our school. And we're just like, a lot of people made fun of her because she was weird. I felt bad too. But at the same time, she was also one of the weird kids who would be like way too gross. And everyone's like, whoa. So I felt bad. I remember I was nicer to her after I heard like she was kind of going through it. People were being mean to her for no reason. Because it's okay to feel weirded out by like, she's basically describing all these gross things to us, but you know. I grew up in the 90s and everyone did that. It was nasty, but the school stopped the students. Clearly you never did. Van Van! Dude, how's it been? Welcome back. We're having a reunion over here. Ah, man. I love seeing my returnees. It's all good times over here. It's going good, Van Van. I'll call you Knight Van Van from now on. You're Sayo Knight Van Van. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how much time has passed and you guys are still sticking around, and I appreciate it. It's actually kind of dope. Yeah, it means I'm doing something okay at the very least. Indomitable, you don't count. You're my IRL friend, so you don't count, Indomitable. But Van Van and Alia, you have my sincerest appreciation. I really mean it. And also any lurkers in the chat who aren't typing in chat, of course. I cannot forget you guys too. Yeah, you're stuck with me, Indomitable. Yeah, for life. Yes, of course I'd have to Knight Van Van. Hold on. Van Van, since you're here, Alia, Indomitable, you know what's happening. You know what's happening. Now, what kind of person would I be if I didn't knight Van Van, who has been here through thick and thin, through so many different battles? I think he should deserve a ceremony. So, as someone who has joined since the very start, I shall knight the Knight Van Van. There we go. And one of the cool parts about that is you get to choose your own superpower as part of being one of the Seo Knights. So welcome to the Brotherhood. We are all equals here. We are all part of the round table. Yeah. That's how it works over here. Absolutely. I can't believe I didn't do that. I think you weren't there when we started knighting people. But yeah, you absolutely deserve it. You don't even need to spend channel points. I know you, Van Van. You already deserved it. Hold on. I gotta do this. Let's do hearts. Unleash. Did I do it right? Here, I'll do this. Yeah, I'm Knight Oos. I'm trying to do a celebration, but I can't activate it. Hold on. Here, let me go into my actions. Test action. Twitch, we'll do... 0 and 0. All right, let's do it. Ready and simulate. Okay. Did it work? Simulate. Darn it, it's not working. Anyways, I'll remove it. Yeah, I have radioactive powers, invisibility and time freeze 2 stuff. No, that's dope. Hey, it depends. It depends on how you use it, because anyone's superpowers, as long if they use it improperly, then anything can be devious. Invisibility and time freeze, that's fine. You can do a lot of useful things with it. I understand. Yeah, so you're Knight Van Van. You have the powers of invisibility and time stop. So, you want resurrection? Oh, you want to be a necromancer? Yeah, you could be a you could be our necromancer. That's dope. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Hey, sometimes people want sus powers. Like, I mean, Van Van, you weren't here for this. We had someone argue that they wanted the power to control human rights. And I'm like, no. So yours wasn't too far-fetched. Alia knows. Alia knows. He's like, I wanted the power to control human rights. Lumi's insane. I'm sorry. I had to put conditions on him. That stuff's not okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, no, he shouldn't work with Lumi. That's a bad combo. We need someone to keep both of them in check. We have to keep them in separate groups, okay? Yeah, resurrection with controlling human rights. Oh god, it's over. Yeah. Yeah, so don't worry. I was taking you literally when you said invisibility and time freeze, because at least it's not controlling human rights. Oh, what am I gonna do with Lumi? Oh, Lumi. Oh. He should work with Lumi, yeah. Yeah. If there's any team that is gonna be like that, If there's any loose cannons, it's probably gonna be Van Van and Lumi if they ever team up. Yeah. Yeah, Lumi was here earlier. I don't know if he's lurking or not. But if Lumi pops up, it's over. Yeah, and it's not even... Okay, it's whatever. I can't believe that was the whole thing I had to argue for, is like making sure you... I'm so confused on how that works, right? I said resurrection because I have OC who's dark magic resurrection powers. He loses a fight at the end, uses his own power on himself to turn into a zombie, completely cutting off his limits to the human body. That's dope though. See, that's sick. Yeah, because then you have no limitations. You break the constraints of mortality in a sense. Like, look at any zombie movie and like they like gain super strength almost, right? They can do things that like aren't possible by human means, right? Yeah, that's really cool. Very horror themed. Is this a zombie? Okay. Okay, I knew there was some influence here. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. I've seen that one. That one's crazy. Dang. No, I didn't need to search it up. I knew what you were talking about. Because I've watched it. So in hindsight, you actually got me to call myself out too. So thanks for that, Van Van. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've seen it, unfortunately. No, you have radiation abilities. You don't know how useful that is. You could stop radiation poisoning. You could save so many people. Yeah. If anything, you could also add radiation to his zombies and therefore make them even more deadly. You know? Oh, that's dope, Van Van, that you're writing it right now. Hey, we love to hear it. We love to see the support over here in this chat. That's dope. But I don't use it. I'm blobbing. Yeah, I could resurrect the enemies of dead loved ones and make them fight. Ooh. Is that fucked up? No, because I've already seen that kind of done before. If you guys have seen Rick and Morty, they did something similar where the car, to like fuck up one of the soldiers, resurrects his dead son and then has the son die in front of him. So that's kind of in the same vein. Also some other shows have done that. Yeah. Well, like, also Lumi takes away human rights, so that also, I guess, pairs well, I guess. It's like, you know what it is? It's like the synergy. Like if you guys played Marvel Rivals, it's like that. It's the effect if you choose two characters and you get buffs if you both choose like a character that pairs well with each other. That's what it is. That's crazy. Yeah, but it is a little bit messed up. I will support. Is it Veos? Is that how you say it? Because it's chaos with Van Van, so it's Veos. That's actually a cool That's actually a cool name. Or whatever you call it. Veos. I looked it up. It's HOA payment. Yeah. Do you want to be Van Van? Instead of calling me Knight Van Van, do you want to be called Knight Veos? Sir Veos? Cause I think we found your knight name that. Sir Veos. Or we can even go further if you're like a magician. Dark Knight Veos, you know? That would be yours. No, I mean, look what Bob Ross said. Happy little accidents, right? Like Dark Knight Veos. That's sick. Or Veos, the Dark Knight. You know what I mean? Even though it gives Batman vibes, I still think that's pretty dope. Or better yet, Fallen Knight Veos. Add some fun adjectives in there. You know what I mean? Veos of the Abyss. Ooh, okay. Okay. Someone's cooking here. Veos of the Abyss. Yeah. There we go. You're now Seo Knight Van Van. Or in other words, you're known by your enemies as Veos of the Abyss. Yeah, there we go, Alia. Look, happy little accidents. That's dope. I think that's a perfect name too. Can I get 5 big booms, guys? Hold on. If we're gonna do if we're gonna do that, all right. Hold on. If we're gonna get 5 big booms. Hold on, Olea, wait. We gotta do it properly, okay? Ready?
Oh, we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big booms. Boom! 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 Boom!
There we go. There you go. You get 5 big booms. I still think it's like one of the craziest clips ever. That's insane. Yeah, you get 5 big booms. Yeah. See, you know what'd be really messed up though? Imagine, because you're gonna be like a Chaos Knight almost, right? Veos of the Abyss, Chaos Knight. But you said resurrecting dead loved ones and making them fight. Well, imagine your enemies are orphans and you resurrect their dead parents that they barely knew and then had them fight. Thanks for the big booms, guys. Of course. Yeah. I don't know. I like the idea of Chaos Knights. Yeah, give me 1 sec. I can enable them really quick. Well, I have to go to my creator setting. Here, community, content. Streaming tools, stream manager. I gotta figure out how to like do this though, right? If I go settings, chat settings, there we go. Shield mode, subscribers only. I don't know why it's not here. Manage moderation setting. Maybe it's that. Okay, try again. Try again. I just turned it off. Let's try that again. Uh-oh. Here, I'll show it. There we go. Now I have to talk to Nightbot. Oh, seriously? Hold on. Let me talk to Nightbot. I have to have a... I have to talk to him. Let's go chat moderation. Okay. I turned it off. You should be good now. Cool. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I told Nightbot to chill out. You're good. You're good. You're fine, guys. I just haven't had like too much of an active chat to the point where they wanted to post links, so you're good. Yeah, principal's office now. Yeah, we got to call a Nightbot here. There we go. Yeah. FFZ. What the heck is FFZ? What the heck? Yeah, I gotta figure this out. Chat, tooltips. Yeah, there's still a lot of things I gotta work on with Twitch. You know, just figuring out, well, one, that. So we got that in order. So that's good, right? Because I know the highlights were just annoying. Or links, not posting links that are annoying. But yeah. We'll see what ends up happening. Chat appearance. Start sharing mode. Let's see what else I can do right now. Hold on. Ban request, start sharing chat. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to like let you guys post links. Because it's saying I also need to tooltips to agree. You'll figure it out later. Yeah. There we go. This works. Nice. All right, later, Alia. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Like, super dope. Super dope. Oh, nice. There we go. Good night. Oh, I found it. Okay. You want me to play this one, Van? The one that you just sent? Yeah. Take care of yourself, Alia. I'll see you later. Boop.
Doom! Gosh, I wish I'd brought my autograph book.
Your attempts at humor bore me.
Well, then have a knuckle sandwich instead.
I believe it's too late for that, Walt Fuller. As you can see, I have successfully controlled the mind.
What?
You are now looking at Dr. Doom, master of the world.
Oh, God.
And trust me when I say this, Webslinger, there are going to be a lot of changes around here.
What exactly do you
Oh.
have in mind, Doom?
For my first act as master of the world, I shall give you one act of kindness. I call for the freedom of all slaves.
Oh, what?
Find me again.
All men are created equally beneath me, so we shall free all of the slaves.
What is this?
Did
What?
you mean like in a Rage Against the Machine corporate kind of slaves, or like actual fucking slaves?
Actual slaves, we're all the slaves.
Dude, we kind of stopped doing that like a while ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the gesture, but
Well, Liberia, we don't have slaves either. Yeah, we cleared that up like last Sunday. Maybe even earlier, honestly, I don't know.
listen, Doc. You know, I know you were leader of Latveria or whatever that backwards village country is called, but I don't know how comparable that's going to be to leading the entire
You're
world.
allowed to have your doubts, Spider-Man, but rest assured that the world is in better hands. Now, could you please just tell me the progress of our crops?
What?
Well, I don't mean to brag, but Latveria had quite a bountiful harvest this year, so I would like us to catch up to speed with the rest of the world.
Dude, I have no fucking clue.
You must be joking. The education system failed you that bad?
Yeah, I guess they just wanted to teach us how to read and write instead. I don't
Read
know.
it, right? What kind of backwards world have you lived
How
in?
did they not make us
What?
We'll come back to it, alright? Let's just talk about something that I know that we can both agree on. Working towards a better mortality rate for all.
Hey, that's pretty good. I mean, everyone dies. Can't really fuck that up. What'd you have in mind?
I say it's been far enough time for us to tackle the greatest threat to our world. Let me ask you this, Spider-Man. How many in your city, on average, will survive the winter?
I set myself up for that one.
Don't be modest with me. I need honesty.
Man, I don't know.
Damn.
Most of them.
Okay, Dr. Doom, I think, is underrated because he is nice. He's not your stereotypical villain. Like, sometimes he can act very heroic. And I think the best way to put it is if you're a citizen of Latveria, he's one of the greatest people to ever exist. If you don't live in Latveria, he's a menace. Very simple. Very simple.
A lot of people are gonna survive the winter.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you achieve that?
Centralized heating. Dude, what the fuck is going on? You build robots of yourself. You're in a fucking flying suit of armor. How are these leading issues where you're
You know, in
from?
retrospect, I think it was doing all the robots and trying to be the leader of the world that I kind of gave a blind eye to the literal thousands of people dying in the streets. I mean, literally fucking starving and dying. It's a really depressing commute to work. But you know what? Now that I'm leader of the world, I am going to make a change. I'm going to do what's best for the people.
What?
Okay, so Spider, why don't you give me some suggestions of things I can do to really make a difference?
Curb inflation,
No.
world peace,
No.
free healthcare for all.
Nope.
Taco Tuesday.
Taco.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday. You know, every Tuesday, everyone in the world gets a free taco.
Yeah, I can do that.
Really?
Yeah, you know what?
What? What?
And Thursday and Friday. So, you know, this will just be a really good change of pace for everyone. Let's just do it.
Well, all right, that's awesome.
Let's do it.
You know, Doom, maybe you're not so bad after all.
No! Not the tacos! Anything but the tacos. Taco Tuesday. See, I would get behind that. If we as a nation, not a nation, a collection of nations cannot agree on one thing, the one thing we can is Taco Tuesday. Yeah, Solo JJ is great. I've seen his edits. It's so funny. But lore accurate Dr. Doom. Someone in the comments said, don't lie to ourselves. If we had free Taco Tuesday free tacos on Taco Tuesday every Tuesday, he would get all of our votes. And I'm like, you know what? That's fair. That's more than what our current leaders have done for us. So yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Taco Tuesday every Tuesday. Yeah, it depends on where the tacos are coming from, though. If it's Taco Bell, I demand more from Taco Bell. Like, I deserve like a full meal. But if it's like a good taco place, like an authentic taco place, yeah, no, you can do one taco. That's fine. Yeah, for Taco Bell, you gotta do like a full order because it's like one taco is like what, like $4. It's not that bad. It's not expensive. Taco Bell can afford giving free meals to everyone every Tuesday. I don't know why they haven't. They should capitalize more on Taco Tuesday. I mean, they are Taco Bell, but I guess they're too focused on, you know, making chicken nuggets, giving out chicken nuggets to everyone, even though they're a taco place. Which surprisingly, their chicken nuggets are actually pretty good. I know, shocking. It shocked me. Right? There's a really good taco place outside my school. Yeah. That's good. Everyone needs a really good taco place. I remember growing up, for me, in my middle school, we had a Taco Bell. And this was in the shopping center. It was literally like a 5-minute walk. All the kids would love to walk there and just eat. That taco place no longer exists. They got replaced with the chicken place. But yeah. I remember going there all the time. And we'd barely, because we'd get out at like 4 or 3. We'd barely miss happy hour. So we missed getting the dollar ices. Freezes. Yeah. Oh, you had So you had an even better experience because it was like a legit, authentic taco place, right? That's what you're saying. Like it's a legit taco. Like what do you get when you go to Taco Bell too? Because I'm upset that they took away the Doritos Locos Taco and the Cool Ranch. That was my favorite thing. Getting a huge pack of those. I love the Doritos Locos Tacos. Because I would get that, and then recently I've been going crazy with the nacho fries. One of the best things they've done, nacho fries, and the my favorite thing is the chicken quesadillas. Not gonna lie, I've never been to Taco Bell. It just wasn't my thing. You know what? Valid. Fair. That's fair. Yeah, okay. Then what would you get at a normal authentic because you said there's a taco place next to you, right? Authentic. What would you order from there? Because for me, I always like getting flautas. Those like chicken flautas are amazing, especially paired with guacamole. Oh, so good. And then you get like burritos are always a go-to. I love steak burritos and I love just regular bean and cheese. And then of course chicken quesadilla is also great. But if you're talking about regular taco places, I actually prefer soft shells. Yeah, soft shell tacos, steak tacos. Oh, so good. So good. It's made me hungry. Like, what kind of stuff did you get when you went to the taco place, Fan Van? Because probably it was the spot after school, right? Everyone likes to go there. I'll give you a sec. I know chat's delayed a little bit. I know stream's delayed a little bit, so you're good. But yeah, definitely that's some guac, crispy ass fries and a drink. Oh, okay. Yeah, soft taco. Okay, hard shell tacos or soft shell tacos? Because for me, I always gotta go with the corn soft shell taco. It is so good. I also like pinto beans and steak. Oh, it's great. Hard, yeah. Yeah, you gotta find the good ones. Yeah, especially when it's still hot. When they cook it, you know they just cooked it in front of you and hand you. That's the only thing we talk about. Sometimes they don't give a shit. They just give you. It depends on who's working. Like like whenever I go, I know if the cook did his job or if they just threw it together last minute. Like whoever's behind the grill at Taco Bell. Yeah. The crunch is great. I prefer soft tacos, especially when I go to Chipotle. Chipotle, I will always get soft shell tacos. But if you go to like an authentic place and the hard shell tacos are good, then yeah. Oh, really? Like temperature wise or spice level wise? Temperature wise? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, sometimes, so it's also sad. Some of the best food to have is always way too hot, right? Like, because you're like, oh, I can't wait to dig in. And then you're like sitting there waiting a couple minutes for it to cool down, right? I get it. Yeah, it's just fresh. Yeah. Well, it's just because they just take it off the grill, right? But it's like, damn. Yeah. Or I've had tacos where the shell has been, because I do soft shell. Oh my gosh, I have an ad. Or it's not an ad. It's another YouTube. Anyways. Yeah, I remember there was a time where I would get a soft shell. And if you get soft shell, sometimes if it's hot, it'll burn you just holding the shell. The soft shell. So I get it. Sometimes it's way too hot. Right? Yeah. You get it. You get it. Yeah, some fries too. Yeah. Well, fries, if they're too hot, I just like let it cool off and I just enjoy the taco first. Yeah. Hot food. Okay. But usually if the food is hot and it's hot to touch, it usually is a sign that it's going to be delicious. You know what I mean? It's usually when you get cold food that you're like, yeah, this is like not great. But if it's like scalding hot, it's like, oh, you know, it's going to be... You know you're in for a treat, right? Because it's like someone did their job. Almost too well, in fact. Right? That's at least how I feel whenever I get that. I'm just like, ooh, yeah, no, someone was cooking here. Yeah, especially if the place is busy too. Like, that's like the big #1 indicator for taco trucks for me. Is if you go and you get... if you stand in line and you just notice that like there's a lot of people around, you're just like, yeah, this is the spot, isn't it? And you can make serious bank running a taco truck, because it's not even like they're charging a lot. They're actually charging reasonable prices, even cheap prices. It's just they like, it's such a small space and they just go like crazy. And it's just because of the volume of how much they sell. They make a huge profit. Yeah, taco truck can sell really well. I don't know. It's a thing I noticed. So yeah. I don't know. I appreciate I'm blanking on what I was gonna say next. I think it's because it's been a long stream. This place had a truck and an actual spot. Oh, so you know it's good because they have a truck and an actual spot, right? If they have both, it's over. It's over. It's a great spot, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Now you're making me hungry for Mexican food, and unfortunately, I'm not near. All the places near me are closed. So now I'm craving Mexican food. I'm gonna do it first thing tomorrow. I'm gonna go get Mexican food first thing tomorrow. But like, oh man, whenever I talk about food, we always gush about like either like Mexican cuisine. I've gushed about Chinese cuisine. Yeah, it's 11. It's like 11. I'm hungry. Yeah. It's like 11 p.m., almost midnight for me. And yeah, now I'm hungry and I'm just like, oh, why? Why'd you do this to me, Van? Why'd you do this to us? Whenever we talk about food, I'm just like, oh. Yeah, I'm East Coast. I'm East Coast. Yeah. Yeah, everything's closed now. That's the only tough part. It's like, really? Right. Oh, same? Oh, you're East Coast too? Nice. Yeah, so you know. It's like, whenever you're hungry, that's the thing I hate too, is when you're busy all day, and then you're just chilling, and you want to get something to eat, and then you look at the time, and it's like past 10, and you're like, fuck! Most places are closed by then, right? So it's just like, oh. Well, great. I can't get food. What type of food? I'm gonna be honest. I need to eat more Greek food. I've maybe had one time I've had Greek food, but since then I don't remember how I felt about it. So I just have to have it again. There's this really good, well-rated Greek place next to where I live, so I'm gonna check it out. But is Greek good? Okay. What's your favorite thing to get from cuisine over there? Because I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, no worries. Yeah, this conversation is making me hungrier and hungrier. Oh my gosh. What? What is this? Oh, there's a ranking here. Here, let me go Facebook. Whoop. Just gotta make sure it's not connected to my account. Cool. Gyros, Vani, worst. Interesting. I see go. That's crazy though. Like, what is this right here? I see a lot of this. Greek eggplant lasagna. So, it's really good with pita Greek bread. Oh, so like this. Well, Ferb, I know what I'm going to have tomorrow. Now I got to check out this Greek place. Right? Creek is underrated. Okay. Well, now I have to check it out. I'll let you know. I'll let you know on Friday if you pop in stream or later stream. Just ask me and I'll let you know how it went. Yeah, I'm trying to expand my cuisine. My palate for food. So yeah. Oh man, this looks good. Yeah, oh my gosh, dude. What is that? Hold on, you can't really see it. What is that? Right there. Oh, you see my screen right there? That's funny. That's crazy. Yeah, dude, I am so hungry now. Oh. What am I looking at? Oh. I think I have had pita bread before. I do remember that. There's so many other cuisines I can't name. Have you had Korean cuisine before? Korean cuisine. Oh my gosh. Talking about great cuisines over here. Oh my god, it's my favorite thing ever. Bibimbap is so good. That's like one of my favorite things to get when I go to Korea. Or I go to a Korean place. Same with show me this, it's over. I am famished. Korean is really good. If I do... This is my favorite one, though. Tiki masala. Oh. Dude, you throw this on, it's so good. I've been to Korea, yeah. Korea, honestly, the biggest problem with Korea was I had to go back to the US. I was there for like over a month. And it was so good. Yeah. No. I showed Korean food before. This is now Indian. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, but this tikka masala. Oh. Yeah, Indian food's great. It is so good. You pair this with rice, it's over. I recently actually just got this from Publix. Oh my god. This is one of the best microwave food prepared frozen dinners I've ever had. It is so unbelievably good. That's what I know, like, next go to. Granted, the original is always going to be better, but yeah. Oh, really? Oh, man. Like, look at that. If you get this, holy shit. Oh. Oh, man. I used to not be a big fan of spices too. I just did not like spicy food. And then for some reason, older me was like, nah, it'll be fine. And then, oh, I love spicy food. It's crazy. Yeah, show me like this. It's gone. It's devoured in like 2 minutes. Like same, like... Oh. We had some tandoori chicken. Oh, this right here? Nice. So good. Yeah, Honestly, if you haven't been eating Indian food, I think you're missing out. That's what I tell people. Like, I know it can look strange if you're not used to it. But if you try the curry just once, oh. Or have you had the spinach cheese? Hold on. Because I love curry. This stuff. Sag paneer. Yeah, tiki masala is so goated. This though, I had someone ask me to try this for the first time because they ordered it. And they're like, yeah, this is really good. You want to try it? I'm like, sure. It was unbelievable. I didn't know spinach could taste that good mixed with cheese, but it does. They just do something right. Yeah, and the fact that it's like kind of healthy, it's good. You have to try. Absolutely. Yeah, next time I would recommend trying it. It tastes you think it's gonna have like a very specific taste because it's like vegetables and stuff. It's not. It's gonna be much more savory. I don't know, man. They just do something good with it. It's good. Yeah, you get good this. See, I've also been trying to cook too a lot. So one of the things I'm trying to like do, because that's kind of my New Year's resolution, is every time I'm trying to do as many different cuisines as possible. So I'm not stuck with just Asian or Japanese. If I do like my own homemade ramen, like I've done a shepherd's pie, I've done curry before. I want to try doing this by myself and try and make it from scratch. Like, I think this would be fun. So I should probably... I should probably save that then. Yeah. But man. Oh, now I'm hungry. It's almost midnight. I'm hungry. Thanks a lot. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. So plans. Yeah, the struggle is real, for sure. So, it is almost midnight, so I'm gonna have to call a stream. But, I want to thank everyone real quick for joining. Thank you for joining back, Van. I do appreciate seeing some familiar faces jumping back into stream. If you're lurking too, I do appreciate you guys stopping by. I really appreciate all the support recently. Yeah, so I'm going to be streaming on Friday. We'll be actually streaming Woo-Wah for the last hour, just like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Woo-Wah for the last hour. And yeah, well, I just had to update the game. That was the kind of the annoying part about Woo-Wah. But yeah. Thanks for everyone for joining. Thank you, Van, or sorry, Sir Veos, right? Veos of the Abyss. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love it when you guys say dub stream. The only thing right now is Sheets, bruh. Wait. What is open? Is Sheets? Is it like Taco Bell, McDonald's, or is that the name of the restaurant? Oh, it's a restaurant. Okay. Oh, it's a fast food place. Okay, I see. Oh, it's a gas station. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, thanks for joining. Thank you, Van. Or you are now one of our newest Seo Knights. Veos of the Abyss. So, yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah, that's rough. Good luck, buddy. Yeah, we have Wawa over here in Florida, so I understand. Yeah. Anyways, take care, and I'm going to do my outro song. So, later, everyone. Thanks for joining. I'll see you guys later. Peace. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3. Goodbye. We'll restart it, don't worry. Jump up, up, up.
削